Good afternoon. Sorry, good morning, everyone. Well, I guess it's afternoon for some of you. Welcome to today's stream. It's very exciting. We're doing a medium to long haul flight. I wouldn't quite consider it long haul. But this is quite a special flight as well, because this is the first leg of the flight down to the Falklands from the UK. So we will be flying from Brize Norton, so RAF Brize Norton, which is in Oxfordshire, UK, down to Cape Verde. So the flight time, I believe, is about 5 hours and 50 minutes, although I'll check that. Where is it? Here we go. Flight time 5 hours and 52 minutes. We are in the ToLiss A330 Neo in X-Plane. So let's get on with it then. Hello Cube. Your stream was great yesterday, by the way. Over 9 hours, wasn't it? So well done on that. We are flying under the Organ call sign, but with the real flight number of 2231. So let's do this. Cost index of 50, that's our standard for Organ Ops. Flight level of 240. That is a bit odd. That looks to be, that's an initial flight level, and then we are heading up to 38,000 feet. So that's fine. Takeoff weight 213 tons, which is above our maximum landing weight as I expected. We are quite heavy this morning, got a lot of fuel on board. So plug fuel is 42.3 tons. We will round that up to 45 tons. As long as that's fine. Yeah, that looks to be fine. So, yeah, we'll ask them to load 45 tons of fuel. We don't have any terrain to worry about today. It is all over the ocean. So we can skip on past that part, although we do need to look at the weather, obviously. So we've got significant meteorological conditions down towards Dakar, so that's to be expected. We're down near to the equator, embedded. I'm not, to be honest, I'm not sure what most of that stuff means. All I do know is we have a weather radar in the ToLiss, so I'm sure we can avoid stuff like that. And then this is the important stuff, what we can expect on our arrival. We can expect 17 knots of wind. That is plenty. Sorry, that's not too much. But it might be a bit of a challenge, but it does seem straight down the runway. The runway is 01, so that shouldn't cause us any issues. Scattered at 1,300 feet, so Cat 1 conditions. So that's fine. The alternate is Townsy, and that's 12 knots of wind. So yeah, that looks fine as well. Although, to be honest, if something goes wrong, then they do usually elect to come back to Brize Norton, actually, this flight. So the RAF do not like paying for overnight accommodation for people, so they will often fly them back to Brize Norton if there are any issues. Okay, so departing then today, we've got 4 knots of wind, few clouds at 2,000 feet. No significant change, and QNH 1026, so that looks fine. Right, let's scroll down a bit more, see what the wind's doing as well. Let's see our route. Let's start off with this one. So it's a fairly straightforward route. It's going to be westbound out of Brize, down the North Cornish coastline. Pretty standard routing, actually. Then we'll turn southbound and head our way right down the coast. Wind, we have some headwind. It's probably an average of a headwind, although we scroll back up. Yeah, headwind of 24 knots, and that's good. Here's our vertical profile. So we're below the tropo as well, so that's fine. And I think that's all. Let's have a look at the charts quickly. So Echo Golf Victor November, if we have charts here, we do look at that. We're parked on stand 4, so we're parked over here, and we can expect runway. What runway did Simbrief reckon? We'll check it though. 25. Yeah, so runway 25, so we can expect a taxi out via Delta, Echo, all the way down Echo to Foxtrot, and then it's the stupid loop there, and I'll be back in 2 seconds. Sorry about that, I'm now back. So, yeah, it's this stupid system of the loop down and around, and then you line up. But yeah, that's fine. Let's go and find our aircraft now. Right, so I have positioned our imaginary person just outside the doors of the departure lounge, and we're literally going to walk out and board the aircraft now. So we'll follow this road, which they always use as a footpath. Don't run me over, vehicle, please. This is the thing with X-Plane, all of the vehicles follow the roads on the airport. I've just remembered something that I've not done. Oh, for goodness sake. Oh, we'll do that when we get out into the aircraft, actually. Oh, look, their wheels even turn when they turn a corner. We're on APU power, which is, I think, realistic, because they always seem to have the APU on. Obviously, it's not realistic, because we're not actually, we're the pilot, and we're not actually at the aircraft yet. But oh well. Lapses in realism here. So we come all the way out here. And we can turn where that white line is. So we come out here. And then at this point we're in a queue to get on the aircraft. Well, as a passenger you're in a big queue. And then you'll pause probably about here. Look up at the flight deck, nice and lit up. And then you carry on a bit, a few people. You look up again. And you see some pilots in there in real life, hopefully. You carry on. And you turn towards the steps. And You pause again, you look left. So pretty incredible beast of a machine. And then you start going up the steps. And then pause at this platform about halfway up. You're probably a bit taller than this person. Look out, you see the massive engine there. The rest of the fuselage, and then you carry on inside. And then, if you were a passenger, you'd turn to the right, but since we are the pilot, we'll turn to the left. I'm not sure if you can actually hear very well. There's not much to hear at the moment. Now, really, unfortunately, at the moment, the flight deck door doesn't work on this thing, so we'll make our own way in, and we will sit down. Actually, no, that's also not maximum realism, is it? Hold on. Here we go. We'll get the button on the seat, motor the seat backwards. Then we'll get in. And then we'll motor the seat forward again. There we go, and then we'll sit down somewhere about there on the seat, and then let's see how close I've got this to the actual view. Oh, look at that, not too bad. Alright then. Cockpit preparation then. Normal checks. Spoilers, flaps, parking brake, engine mode selectors, thrust levers, radar and predictive wind shear, transponder, which is on here now, so ATC, standby, transponder, so spoiler, flaps, parking brake, engine mode selector, thrust levers, radar and predictive wind shear, transponder, landing gear, lights, wipers are off. And fuel pumps, they all need to be off. Cool cube. Alrighty, lights are fine as well. Perfect. And we are actually sitting on external power, which is cool. Okay. Data, check the data, July 2023, that's perfect. 17th to the 14th of May, yeah, 14th of May, so we are current. In it then, we can request that, see if that works. And a flight from Helsinki to Oslo. That sounds like a really good flight as well. Alright, data init flight plan. Departure runway 25. And we need to do two things actually. We need to get VATSIM up and running, and we need to get Sim Toolkit Pro up and running. So let me do VATSIM first. We are Organ 2231, and we are an A330. No, we're an A339. There we go. Connect to VATSIM. We are connected, so that one can just be minimized. We can do that one. Not sure why the toolbar's still up. Alright, Cube. Don't restore. Why is this toolbar? Why is my taskbar not going away? Alright, plan a flight. Load Simbri flight plan. We will be flying in, fly now, in X-plane. Alright, and streaming. Why is... we need to refresh, and then we've got that. Perfect. Alright, 9. There we go. Alright, so, charts. There we go. According to our flight plan, we are off of 25 for Conco, so that looks to be good. Conco, there we go. Insert. So yeah, there we go. And then we are arriving, hopefully on 01 if they are being sensible about it. And we'll get the ATIS in a minute. 01 by the Gusob 1 Foxtrot. Flight plan, insert. Data in flight plan, secondary flight plan. This is standard, so copy the active. Echo Golf Victor November 25 dash 250 dash 25 miles. Put that in there. Then we'll hold there. Inbound course 250 degrees, right turns, return. Data in a flight plan, secondary flight plan, radnav init B. Perfect, and we agreed that we would add a little bit of fuel, so we are taking 45 tons of fuel, which should be fine. Slow defuel and refuel. So this should be 45 tons now. Disregard, disregard. The slow thing doesn't work. Oh well, we'll do it immediately then. 45, and yeah, so I will now, I don't like the ToLiss calculator, so I will just run one off stream on SimBrief quickly. $3,050 meters. Alright, let's get the weather quickly. So that will be from the ATIS. The ATIS in Brize Norton is, let's just cheat a bit and get it here. So let's get the frequency. So ATIS. Oh, how do we find the ATIS frequency? Hold on. That's the one. ATIS is on 126.5. So 126.5, bang, and then bang. We'll wait for that to load, which it should do. Is it going to? It's not going to. Darn it. Alright, we'll cheat a bit. Get it on here. So that would mean that details, conditions, here we go. Wind, light, and variable. Visibility, conditions, temperature 15. QNH 1026. Okay. And takeoff weight 216.1. Done. Right. And therefore, these are our figures. Oh, F48, flat 1, 144, 148, and 154. There we go. Sorry, flex 46. Oh, that annoys me so much. F46. F46. There. Perfect. Right. Beautiful. We are ready. Flight plan, init B, and performance. Perfect. So let us, well, firstly, we're calling the ground crew. So, hi ground crew. Yeah, we're now ready for the passengers. Perfect. We can get the fuel pumps on now, and we can get the APU started. Seatbelt signs can come on as refueling is complete. Right, APU start. There we go, and we'll have a chat through the departure then. So 25, and we are on the Conco departure. So initial climb is going to be, I can't see one on the chart there, so we are going to just set 9,000 feet. Alright, so anything else that we need to think about? MSA 2,300 feet, that's fine. QNH is 1026. APU is online. so we can get some bleed air coming in, and that's all fine. Departure briefing then. The weather here in Brize Norton is absolutely fine. It's a dry runway as there's no precipitation. Wind is 220 at 5 knots. That is a slight crosswind from the... where is that from? From the left. Only 5 knots, so that is pretty negligible. QNH has been set. Aircraft is a fully functioning Airbus A330-900, nothing reported in the tech log, and so that's fine. No TAMs, nothing that we have to be aware of in the sim. Threats to be aware of, well, if we're talking in terms of this entire flight, oh, and that's another thing worth pointing out, so the sim is set to midnight, and that would hopefully mean a 1 AM departure, although it looks like we're running slightly behind. So fatigue is a threat for this departure as far as that's concerned. And to mitigate that, it's a case of taking our time over everything, following SOP to the letter. And yeah, we'll be fine, hopefully. As far as how I'm going to be flying the aircraft during this departure, then it's going to be fairly straightforward. We're on stand 4, so we're going to be pushing back facing to the right on Delta. Going to taxi Delta all the way down to Echo, then take Echo down to Foxtrot, then it's a left turn on Foxtrot. As far as hotspots for our taxi, there is nothing that jumps out at me. Alright, once we're airborne, then we are on the Conco departure, so that's a right turn shortly after departure, then left turn, and then working our way down to Conco, which is in the FMS anyway. We can just check that though, so it is straight out, and then it's a right turn on bearing 280, so that looks about right. That's because it's an incept. Then we incept this one, then we have another incept, and then out to Conco, so that looks correct as far as I'm concerned. It's going to be a flaps 1 departure today with a flex of 46, a V1 of 144, VR 148, V2 154. I will be pilot flying today, the captain, so that is fine. The walk round has been completed. It hasn't, but the walk round's been completed. Nothing technical, no technical defects were found on the aircraft. And we are currently boarding the passengers, so that looks about right. For this stage, we'll just get pushed back up, better push back. Connect tug first.
Ground to cockpit, tow is driving up.
Some doors are still opened, or the GPU or the ASU are still connected.
That's fine.
I'm waiting for all of them closed and disconnected, then I will proceed.
It's fine, the passengers are still boarding. And alright, we've just got a ding from the cabin to say that boarding is complete. So I will now make a PA to the passengers. Ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome from the flight deck. My name is Nick, and it's my absolute pleasure to be the captain on your flight today, here with Organ Airways. Flight time today is approximately 5 hours and 52 minutes. We'll be cruising at 38,000 feet, and it's my pleasure to be the pilot flying today. Joining me on the flight deck is our first officer, and yeah, so sit back, relax, enjoy the flight. It's going to be quite a long one today, although hopefully you can get some sleep. And yeah, we'll be off the ground just as soon as possible. It does look as though we're running 5 to 10 minutes behind schedule, although I will do my absolute best to catch them up once we're airborne. So thank you. The cam crew will shortly be giving you a safety demonstration, so please do pay your full attention to them, as they are there primarily for your safety. Thank you, and a very good morning. Alright, that's done. So we will now head back. Now, this wouldn't be done in real life, obviously, but it is very satisfying. So we'll head back. We'll watch the door close on us. Then we are completely isolated from the outside world. So the first door to close will be the back right. So we'll head down there. It's a big aircraft. Lots of people in our responsibility here. Go this way, and then we can watch it from here. Oh, there should be a baggage loader. Oh, there is. Okay, well, that's fine. Close. There we go. That's that one done. And now the most important one. Hopefully it'll work, Hugh. It would be frustrating to have a crashed desktop on approach. I love that detail in the ToLiss. All of the passenger signs are working. Alright. Yeah, have a great flight. We'll see you when you get back. Yes, thank you so much. Thank you. And then that's it. Our aircraft is now independent from the UK. And we'll close up the hold as well. And that means we are now sealed off from the outside world. And the tug will hopefully connect now. Alright, cockpit preparation checklist, then gear pins and covers removed. Fuel quantity is 45,000 kilograms, checked and balanced, seatbelt signs on. It is 3 nav green and Barra QNH 1026. Right, let's see if they will now connect. Better push back, connect tug first. They are connected then, so that's fine. Get the external power away. And we will now turn that off, so the flight deck should go completely dark now, which is perfect. Fuel truck heading out that way. Perfecto. Let's get going. So plugins, better push back, start, push
Ground
back.
to cockpit. Please show me where you want to go.
Oh, why is it done that? That's definitely not where we're heading. We're heading that way. So, oh, for goodness sake, better push back, start.
Ground to cockpit. Please show me where you want to go.
There we go. That's better. There we go. Oh, what's happened here?
Okay, all doors and
There
hatches
we
are
go.
closed,
Perfect.
ready to connect.
Chocks off as well. Oh, the anticipation is fantastic. And I guess we'll head over to Unicom. Brize Norton traffic, organ 2231 at stand 4, pushing back facing to the east on. Pushing back facing to the east on Delta. Brize Norton.
Tow connected and bypass pin inserted. Release parking brake.
Parking brake released.
Starting pushback and you may start engines.
Alright then. Should we start the engines? I think that would be a very good idea right now. So, ignition start. Starting engine 1. There we go. It all goes quiet. The air conditioning is turned off. This is the moment. It's gone eerily quiet. And then engine number 1 is available, starting number 2. Right, there we go.
Operation complete. Set parking brake.
Parking brake set.
Disconnecting tow. Stand by.
Alright. It's almost online, and there we go. Available. Alright, engine number 2 is available. After start flow then. So, ignition start back to normal. Spoilers armed.
Tow is disconnected and bypass pin has been removed.
The next
Hand
one.
signal on the left.
The next
We'll
one
see you
we
next
have to
time and
watch.
have a safe flight.
And take off flap 1. There we go. Flap set. Beacon light should have been on. Alright, so ignition start, that's all fine. Radar and predictive wind shear. Then we can go transponder, so ATC auto. Perfect. Strobes auto at this point. Taxi light. Runway turn off light. Max. There we go. That's right runway. What else? APU can come off. And we'll run our flight controls. Full left and the roll spoilers. Full right and the roll spoilers. Neutral. Full up. Full down. Neutral. Rudder full left, rudder full right, rudder neutral. Pitch trim is 0.8, which is correct. So after start checklist first. We forgot the before start. Oh well, after start, anti-ice not required. ECAM status check. Pitch trim up 0.8% checked, and rudder trim neutral. Taxi checklist. Flight controls full free and correct movement. Flap set and config 1 checked. Radar and predictive wind shear on and auto engine mode selected. Normal ECAM memo. Takeoff no blue and cabin is secure. Perfect. Brize Norton traffic, organ 2231 on Delta, now taxiing by Delta Echo and Foxtrot to holding point Foxtrot runway 25, Brize Norton. Alright, parking brake is released. Let's go! Start the block timer. Alright, let's get the check brakes, that's fine, and here we go. Sorry about that, I was checking Sim Toolkit Pro because it's been very annoying. So we'll get back onto the send line, there we go. Small side. Okay, that's weird. Alright, well, we'll go with that.
Gallery traffic. Gallery traffic.
Put the brakes on and it's a right turn here.
District 1 Golf arrival into Gatwick. Heading over Kidley, flight level 150.
So there we go. And a little bit of thrust. You've got to be careful on this taxiway because it is a constant bend. So you can't end up going too fast or you'll end up with issues. Brize Norton traffic, Organ 2231, we're at holding point Echo 2, crossing runway 25, Brize Norton. Alright, get them all on, strobes on. Those strobes look so realistic though. So, hold on, let's get this view. I love this view when you cross the runway. Hold on. Where are we? There we go. Yes! Look at that. Oh. Back to... I mean, I think at Brize Norton the runway lights are a bit more yellowish rather than just white, but still. Slow the aircraft right down to make this turn. This is a horrible turn because it's so far around. I think we did a decent job. Cabin crew, seats for departure, please. Seats for departure. We'll keep the lights on because we're going to line up anyway now. Brize Norton traffic, Organ 2231 at holding point Foxtrot, lining up and taking off runway 25, Brize Norton. Alright. So, TCAS, T-A-R-A. Packs 1 and 2. Where are they? Where are the packs? Pack 1 and 2 off. Lights are on. ECAM memo, takeoff, no blue. Here we go. Here we go. If you are enjoying the stream, please don't forget to leave a like. It is greatly appreciated. Let's see how good we can make the lineup then. So we come in, we're going a little bit too fast, so we want to come in at about 9 knots, 7 to 9 knots. And then once we just lose sight of that, then we start the turn. And the aircraft comes around. How good have we got it? Not bad. Not bad at all. Alright. Lineup checklist complete. Takeoff. Start the chrono, set 50%. We're not using the brakes, we've got a nice long runway here. Half side stick forward. 50% set. EGT stable. Set takeoff thrust. Disregard, man flex 46, SRS runway auto thrust blue. .100 knots checked. V1 continue, rotate. Keep pulling, keep pulling, keep pulling. Up to the flight directors. Positive climb, gear up. Keep pulling. Lever climb, so wait for a positive speed trend. So push the nose forward, wait for that positive speed trend. Speed trend and lever climb. Thrust climb, climb auto thrust 9,000 feet. And then it's going to be that right turn. S-speed flaps up, speeds checked, flaps up, and get that one on. Autopilot engaged. Hack 2. Perfect. We have been streaming for 58 minutes so far, so we still made my 1 hour aim for the departure. Oh shoot. No, shoot. I very nearly ended the stream then. Ooh. Oh, flaps up, there we go. Why did they not go up? That's, And that was a failure by myself, that they didn't go up. Spoiler disarmed. And, we can get the nozzle lights off. Terrain radar, set standard pressure. Now the only reason I've turned this on is so that we can see where we are going down the Cornish coast. We're going to clear ourselves up to 240 now. It's another left turn. I'm just trying to work out where we would be now. Probably over Gloucester, so Gloucester should be coming up fairly soon. Let's see. So we're here. Oh no, Gloucester's up here. We might pass over Bristol. Yeah, we might pass over Bristol.
Go
10,000 feet, so speed should, there we go, we'll level off a bit. Oh no, shoot, there we go. They've got the sequencing of those lights correct. It goes strobes 2, then the beacon, strobes. Yeah. Perfect. So now we're heading. Oh, we might pass over Gloucester actually. We just might pass over Gloucester. If we turn them on, I don't see Gloucester on there, but it might be. No, I didn't see them. So, we have about 5 hours to play with in the cruise. So, 0.5, 1, 1.5, 2, 2.5, 3, and then, so I'm just going to create an Excel document for our plan. So 1 hour of home. So we can do maths. So that's going to be 1 hour. So that'll take us up to 1300. Then we'll do yeah, so maths again. Then lunch, and lunch for half an hour. Then we will do more maths. Then we will do, no, actually that's a bad plan. Half an hour more maths, and then mentor pilot. That's the one. So we'll do that. Perfect. So let's clear ourselves straight up to 38, just so long as we can do that optimum max. No, so we can go up to 33,000, and then let's get in. We will start our other chrono here. So we've got 1.5 hours of maths right now. Let's pick a seat, any seat. Not that one though. So what about maybe that one? No, let's pick a different seat. Alright. And then charts. If we get this one up here, something like that, bit bigger, and then actually that would be a bit boring, so let's get that, and then you can see the window as well in case something crazy happens. We'll place the iPad there, something like that. Right, now homework time. So how this is going to work, I am not going to be at the computer, but I will have the microphone. So that means I won't be able to hear or see what's going on the flight sim. So if anything happens, I won't know about it. So just give me 2 seconds and I'll be right back. Mute the Right, I hope you can hear me. Now, I can also see the chat. That's worth bearing in mind. So, if we go here... Right, I am also reading the chat, so that's all fine. Alright. Perfect. Now, this is my homework from last week, and I actually need to get the calculator quickly, so... Oh, come on. Perfect, right. Good. I think everything's finally done. Maybe that was a dumb move showing my name. Oh well. It's been shown before on the channel, so, you know, not the biggest issue ever. So that's been done. I hope I did that correctly, given x is a factor of x minus 3, so find the value of a, so 3, 3, 9, yeah, so I did that. I've also done these two, so that's fine, 3 minus 1, I hope I've done that correctly. I might not have done find the coordinates in terms of y. Find the coordinates in terms of a of the minimum point on the curve. Wait, okay, I've not done this one. So that's going to be dy by dx is 2x minus 5, so we set that equal to 0, so x is 2.5. D2. Well, we don't need that one, do we? So we can get that away. However, we need y is equal to 2.5 squared minus 5 squared minus 5, 2.5 plus. So what's that a doing? Find the coordinates in terms of a. Oh, yeah. Plus a, okay. So that's fairly straightforward. So that's 2.5 times 2.5, which is 2.5 squared, which is... Squared is 6.25 minus 12.5 plus a. So that will be 6.25 minus 12.5 is equal to minus 6.25 plus a, which would mean the coordinate is 2.5 comma minus 6.25 plus a bracket bracket double underline. That's our answer. The quadratic equation that had no real roots, find the possible values of the constant k. So I've got down to this point. So that is less than 0. So I'm not too sure how to deal with that. K minus 1. Four can be written as 2 root 2. Can it? Yeah. No. Root 4 is 2. So if we take that out, 2... No, that doesn't work. So it's 2 squared minus 24k. Less than 0. So that means 2 minus root minus 24k less than 0. In terms of k, okay, so 2 minus, and then we've got root of minus 24. Which we can't do because that doesn't work. Right, this one's interesting. Alright, Cube, I've seen that. Welcome back. X equals 2a. So, firstly, we have to do the integral of that function, which is, what is it? Divide by the power, add 1. No, add 1 to the power, divide by the new power. So that's 6, so that's going to be 2x squared plus... I hate this type of thing, so 8 over x squared. 8 over x squared. Sketched below. So add 1 to the power. Alright, so x to the minus 1 equals 1 over x. So if we were to so I think it's just squared and then you do 4x. I'm pretty sure that's what it is, 4x. We'll see how that works for us. So 4x, and then... Oh, I know cube, it's difficult. 2x squared plus 4x. Then it's plus c. Alright. Between 2a. Between a and 2a. Find the area of the curve for the bounds x is greater than 0. Okay, so we need to integrate this between the bounds of 2a and a. Yeah. So 2 brackets 2a squared plus 4 bracket 2a plus c minus 2 to the a plus 4 to the a plus c close brackets to the 2a. So 2 to the 2a squared is 2 brackets a squared to the 2a squared. Well, this is just going to be 2. So this one's just going to be 2a squared plus 4a plus c bracket minus 2 times 2a squared. And we can get rid of those square brackets because that's been integrated. So that's just going to be 8a plus c. 2 to the 2a squared. So if that was 4, and that was 2, so it would be 8 squared is 64. Hold on. Right, we are now going to try this one. Now this is what we've actually been doing in class recently, so I should be fairly good at this. Once I get my book out. Here we go. Maths. So, in this book, I've got a number of different things that should help. So sin theta, tan theta, 2 sin theta. Okay, so sine theta, tan theta, sine theta, cos theta, cos theta. So sin, cos, and tan. Right, if we make them all sine, that might work. So tan is sine over cos. So sine theta times by tan is sine sin theta over cos theta. Sin theta is plus 2 sine theta equals 3 cos theta, where cos theta is not 0. So that's going to be sine over cos. So it's basically sin squared plus cos squared No, that's the wrong thing to do, I think. So sin tan sin squared theta plus cos is 1. Tan sin equals tan times cos. Tan theta times cos theta is sin plus tan plus plus 2 sin theta is 3 cos theta. So that's tan squared theta, so that's that and that. Oh no, actually that's completely wrong. Hold on. We'll leave that there though. So it's going to be, right, I think I now know what we're doing. So sin theta times tan theta plus 2 sin theta minus 3 cos theta is equal to 0. So we'll leave that. So tan theta times cos theta times tan theta plus 2 sin theta minus 3 cos theta is 0. 2 sine then can be cos. Cos can be written as sin over tan. But that's 3, isn't it? Anyway, it can be shortened to tan squared theta times cos theta plus 2 sin theta minus 3 cos theta is equal to 0. 2 brackets. We've already agreed that sine is tan times cos. Tan theta times cos theta minus 3 cos is equal to sin over tan, sin theta over tan theta bracket. So 3 tan theta times cos theta. Okay, I'm moving on. So this one is an increasing function. Proves that this is an increasing function, so we've done that. So then we need to go d2y over dx squared equals, differentiate again, so that's 6x. So that's going to be 1, so minus 6. Alright. and we'll just do a lasso around that. Move that one down a bit, because we need to solve for this. So in my calculator, we'll just go to solve polynomial, do this one, and then it's 3 execute minus 6 execute 15. Is an increasing. I have absolutely no idea. Right. I'm gonna take the iPad off stream for a moment. Right, we will do that so that I can have a look at what assignments I actually have. So assignments, assignments past due. Oh, shoot, so that was actually... What? Alright, so... Okay. Complete pack 1 here. Save a copy. Maths. Save. Alright. Alright then, we can do this. A circle has 4 minus 5 radius 6. Find the equation of the circle. So that's going to be 4, 5, 6, no, 36 minus 4 plus 5. 36. So that is quite obviously that one. Okay, find the center of the circle, x squared plus y squared plus 4x. Alright, so then we get this into completing the square form, so that's going to be... how do we do that? Yeah, so that's fine. X minus 4 all squared, yeah, plus y plus 6 all squared equals 12. So then it's 4 comma 6 comma root 12. So oh no, sorry, that is absolutely not what you do. We'll get rid of that. So that's going to be x. Yeah, x minus 2 squared plus y plus 3 squared is equal to 12, which would make it minus 2. Minus 4, yeah, so it's opposite, so it's 2 and then minus 3. 2 minus 3, there we go. Tutorial, that's fine. A circle has equation that. Find the gradient of the tangent of the circle at the origin. The origin. So, the origin must lie on the circle. And the center is going to be 2 comma minus 3 bracket bracket 0 comma 0 bracket bracket. So it's the gradient, isn't it? So if we draw a diagram, 2, so that's going to be 2 comma minus 3 bracket bracket. So that's below the x-axis. So going to look something a bit like that. No, it's not. 2 minus 3. Yeah, so it's minus 3 and it is 2. So then you draw a line out to the origin. It must pass through the origin. That's a really bad diagram. So if we now make a circle, something like that. So it's going to be the gradient of that is change in y over change in x. So it's going to be minus 3 minus 0 over change in y over change in x, 2 minus 0. So that's going to be minus 3 over 2. Which would mean the negative reciprocal is 2 over 3, which lines up about right as well, so that's perfect. 3 of the following points lie on the same straight line, which point does not? Right. So minus 2 comma 14 minus 1 comma 8 1 minus 1 2 comma minus 6, so that's going to be change in y 14 minus 8 over change in x is 2 minus 1, so that equals 14. That equals 6. Does it? Yeah, 6 over 1. So these two, that equals change in y, so 8 minus minus 1 over 1 minus 1. That equals 9 over 0, so that is not okay. What about these two? So that's minus 1 minus minus 6 over 1 minus 2, which equals minus 1 plus 6 is 5 over minus 1. Well, that's not worked, has it? Alright, well, there's an easy way to do this. Well, there's certainly an easy way to rule out 1. So if we draw out a graph, we'll label these points A, B, C, and D. So A is going to be in minus 2, 14. That's A. B is minus 1, 8. So that's B. C is 1 minus 1. C and D is 2 minus 6. Right. So A to B, 14 minus 8 over minus 2 minus minus 1. Okay, I think we missed that out last time. B to C is going to be, A to B, B to C is 8 minus 1 over minus 1 minus 1. C to D is going to be minus 1 minus minus 6 over 1 minus 2. And then, so this one is going to be minus 1 plus 6 is 5 over minus 1. This one is going to be 8 minus 1, so 7 over 2. And this one is going to be 6 over minus 1. Something is not adding up here. Alright. Let me look it up then. This should be pretty basic. How to find which one doesn't lie on a line. So I must be doing something wrong here, because this is how you do it. So, change in Y. So it's change in Y over change in X. So change in Y over change in X. Minus 2 minus minus 1 equals, so that's got to equal 6 over minus 1. So this one is minus 6. Then B to C is 8 minus minus 1 over minus 1 minus 1 is equal to 9 over minus 2, which is equal to minus, which is equal to minus 4.5. And then finally, minus 1 minus minus 6 over 1 minus 2 is equal to 5 over minus 1. So this one would be equal to minus 5. So that's, yeah. That doesn't work. The line L has equation 2x plus 3y. Which of the following is perpendicular to L? Well, okay, so perpendicular 90 degrees, so 2x plus 3y, we want it in the form mx plus y equals mx plus c, so y equals mx plus c. So that would mean minus 2x equals 3y. No, so let's get the 7. So 2x plus 3y minus 7 is 0. So minus 2x plus 3y minus 7. Yeah, so that equals that. So then we flip it, 2x equals minus 3y plus 7 divided by 2x equals minus 3 over 2y plus 7. This is the important bit. Oh shoot. Oh, we've done that completely wrong. And now this stupid thing has frozen. Oh, there we go. Perfect. Okay, let's get that away. So then we do minus 3y. So 2x minus 7 is equal to minus 3y. Then we can do 3y is equal to minus 2x plus 7. And then we can do y is equal to minus 2 over 3x plus 7. This is the important bit because that means 3 over 2. So anything that equals 3 over 2 we can do, but then it wants it in that form, so we want so we'll write each of these then. So what we'll do, select objects. Oh no, that's definitely, oh, this is frustrating. Back. Oh, okay, so we'll write each of these out as the equations. So y equals mx plus c. So 2x is 0. So then we can do 3y equals yeah, that's correct though. 3x equals 2y. To x minus 7, 2x, so that's not going to be it. Oh, actually, is 2 over 3? No, so that can't be it. Could it be this next one then? So that's plus 7, 3x plus 2y plus 7 is 0. 2y plus 7 is... Oh, for goodness sake. What's it doing? Okay. So then 2y goes on minus 2y equals minus 3x minus 7. So minus 2, so that's 2y equals 3x plus 7. Okay, so it's the second equation. Let's see if we got that right. So, question number 2, 9, question 8, question 10. What question? Right, they've not actually included the mark scheme for the first few. The point A has coordinates minus... Oh! What on earth is the matter with this? I am trying to scroll right now. Right. Find the equation of the perpendicular bisector. Okay, so minus 1 is x, so minus 1. Okay, let's get that in a more reasonable form, so that is 5x plus 4y minus 17 is 0. So that means that for y, so x minus 5x equals 4y minus 17, so divide the whole lot by 5 is going to be x, alright, and inverted as well at the same time, so x is going to be minus, oh, this is really 4 over 5y plus 17. Okay, and let's then do the, so minus 4y is going to be 5x minus 17. Invert and divide by 4, so y is minus 5 over 4x plus 17 over 4 plus 17 over 5, that should be. Alright, so x, so y, so that's y is minus 5 over 4. X, which is just minus 1 plus 17 over 4. Alright, so that's y is 5 over 4 plus 17 over 4. And that is going to be 5 plus 17 is 22 over 4. So that would mean that coordinate A equals brackets minus 1, comma 22 over 4, close brackets. And that would also mean that B is equal to 3. Okay, so x, y. Oh, I did it the wrong way. Did I? Oh no, I did it right. Never mind. Alright, so y is minus 5 over 4, and that's going to be 3 plus 17 over 4, so minus 15 over 12, no, minus 15 over 4 plus 17 over 4. Minus 15 plus 7 is 2 over 4, which is 1. No, which is 0.5. 2 over 3, 2 over 4. Alright, perpendicular bisector then is going to chop that in half, so x is going to be, well, there's 4 between them, so add 2, 1, comma, 22, 20, so 10, so that's going to be 12 over 4. So that's actually going to be 1, 3. 1, 3, and then it's going to have the inverted one, so 4 over 5, so y is 4 over 5x. So y3 is 4/5 of 1, so just 4/5. 4/5. 2 and 1/5. 11 over 5. I believe. Question 7, the point A has coordinates that, and the point B has coordinates that. Find the coordinates of the midpoint AB. Well, that's easy, isn't it? Because that's just going to be, there's a 4 difference, so 2, so that's 4, 5 and minus 1, 6, so add 3 is 2. That one would show that AB has the length of K root 13. I like this type of question. where k is an integer. Okay, so that would be Pythagoras's theory. So, and the gradient is going to be okay, so gradient 5 plus 1 over 6 minus 2, so that's going to be 6 over 4. Alright, so if we now do that, so point A has coordinates 6, 5. Up there, 0.22 minus 1 down there, so if we go, that one is 6 over 4. So it goes up. Okay, so we're actually going B to A here. And B goes up 6. Up 6. And across 4. So 6 squared plus 4 squared, 36 plus 16. Let's just go home. 6 squared plus 4 squared is 52. It's 52, so that length is root 52. So yeah, that's root 52. Then we can take a square number out of 52, so it's not going to be 1, 2, 3. 9 go into, no. So 4, 5. So 1, 2, 4, 9. 16, 52 divided by 16 is 13 over 4, no. So 52, we've got 26, we've got 2, we've got 13, we've got 2, alright, so 13 and 4, that could go in. 13 times 4 is indeed 52, okay. So that means equals root 13 times 4, and therefore that equals 2 root 13. There we go. And then just to double check on the calculator, 2 root 13 equals root 52. Okay. So root 52 equals 2 root 13. Yeah, perfect. Find the gradient of AB. So that's going to be, has to be done A to B. So that's 5 minus 1 over 6 minus 2, 6 minus 2, so that's going to be 6 over 4. Hence or otherwise showed that AB has equation. Okay, so y equals 6 over 4x plus c, and we know that the one of the points is is 5, so 5 equals 6 over 4 times 6 plus C. So that would mean that equals 9. 5 equals 9 plus C. Yeah, C, there we go. C is minus 4. So y is 6 over 4 x minus 4. And then we just have to get that into the equation. So times by 4 seems to be reasonable. 4y is 6x minus 16. And it wants it to equal that. So we'll minus 4y plus 6x equals 16. So divide by 2 minus. So minus 2y plus 3x equals 8, and then we can just rearrange that. 3x minus 2y is equal to 8. There we go. The line that goes on, that will go up in there. The line AB intersects with that at point C. Find coordinates of point C. So 3x minus 2y equals 8. Then we do 2x plus y is 10. Oh, let's do that down here. 3x minus 2y is 8. 2x plus y is 10. Simultaneous equation, same sign, subtract, opposite sign, add. So we'll be adding these. 5x minus 2y plus y minus y is 18. 18, what can we do? So plus y. No, that's not. Alright, anyway. That is that done. So now we'll check up on the aircraft. So I made a very good start on that. Okay, so let's have a look at how this flight is progressing. 9. Alright, firstly we can get that back on. We're at 33,000 feet. We should be going up to 34,000 now, so open climb. There we go. Why is that open? Oh, it's very foggy in here, isn't it? The windshield's fogging up. Oh well. Distance to destination GVAC. 1891 miles to go. We've been airborne for an hour 22. We've been doing homework for 71 minutes. So that's perfect. So we'll reset that. Reset. And I'll go and get some lunch. So I will be back in about half an hour. Pilot break is although actually pilot is getting lunch back soon, exclamation mark. I think that's decent. 47, try and get that as near as damn it to the center, which is about there. Right, and I'll get some music on for you as well, so just bear with me. What should we get? Login might be a good idea. Go. Okay, that's logged in. Perfect. There we go. We'll get that done. And oh, come on. I was going to suggest taking the seatbelt signs off, but something's just happened, which means we definitely won't be doing that anytime soon. Come on. Reload. Beautiful. Properties, get that done. Okay. Right, see you when I get back.
time, it's about time for a family holiday. Cue the...
Hello everyone, I am back, finally. So, let's have a quick check up on the aircraft. So, autopilot 34,000 feet, we can go up to 38. So we'll do that, and we'll do a fuel check as well. So, 35 north, whatever, so I'll just get the sim brief plan up. Hello Cube, welcome back as well. Flight log then, so where are we? It's 35 north, whatever, so down 35, north 35020 west. Okay, here we go. We should have 20.4 tons of fuel. That's going to be easy. So perfect. 20.4, yeah, that's going to be pretty easy. 1,000 miles to go. So let's get our in-flight entertainment up and running. So we'll just go here. And that's all fine, so we'll just go back. And I really hope you enjoy this. I am taking a bit of a risk for my channel by showing you this, but it should be good. What's gone wrong with that window, though? Oh, it's just because we can't really see it. Alright, so here we go. And let me just make sure my apps are closed. Wouldn't want you seeing half of those ones. Press go, and then we need to go. Yeah, that's all fine. Then go on to YouTube, then go to here. Mentor Pilot, where is that? Perfect. We're not watching his latest one, we're watching a different one. Descending into Helsinki. I will have to go after landing for about... Okay, that's fine. Oh my goodness, back in about 5 minutes. Sorry about that, I'm actually back now. Where are we? Here we go. Let's do this, and then we'll do this, and then we'll do that, and then that, and then somewhere about here, probably. So what do we need to do? Something like that. Get it nice and centered. Now, firstly, turn low battery mode off, and then go here, restart this again. 3, 2, 1. Okay, that's all done. Perfect. Now try and get it back to YouTube. Where is that? Here we go. Videos, popular, this one. Oh my goodness, it's an advert. Oh, come on. Alright, finally. Charts. Let's... Okay. Should load in a moment. Alright. Let's watch it then. So... iPad, do we have sound? Yeah. We've got sound on that. So, if I monitor this? Cancel. Okay, let's just see how it works. So, this is the story of Air France Flight 447, which was an A330, and it was returning to France during a thunderstorm, and I'll let Mental Pilot explain the rest of it.
It took just over 4 minutes for this aircraft to lose control and fall nearly 38,000 feet. That's roughly the same time it takes to toast a piece of bread. What were the crucial details that caused this accident? Stay tuned.
Yeah, there we go.
The crew who were going to operate Air France Flight 447 arrived in Rio de Janeiro from Paris on the 28th of May 2009. They were scheduled for a 3-day stop in Rio before the return flight back to Paris. We know very little about how they spent their time during this layover, but what is known is that the first officer, who was later going to be pilot flying of this flight, had brought his wife with him for the trip. Given that, it's unlikely that at least he spent the whole day before the flight resting, and there were indications that this might also apply to the other pilots. Flight 447 was scheduled to depart at 8 in the evening Rio time. That would be 11 o'clock at night Paris time, and that meant that the crew would have to operate through the night on the way home, with a scheduled landing time in Paris around midday on the 1st of June. This would mean that the pilots would have to operate throughout the window of circadian law, a time of night during which it's especially hard for the human body and mind to stay alert. Because of this, and the fact that the flight was scheduled to last 12 hours and 45 minutes, the flight crew had been augmented with an extra pilot to allow for scheduled rest during the flight back. This meant that there were 3 pilots who were going to fly together, 1 captain and 2 first officers. The captain was 58 years old and had a total flying experience of 11,000 hours, 1,700 of which was flown as a pilot in command on the Airbus A330. The first officer was 32 years old. He was the least experienced of the crew, with 3,000 hours in total and 800 on the type. He had done his type rating on the Airbus A330 and 340 in 2008, the year before the flights. The third pilot, which I will refer to in this video as the relief pilot, was a 37-year-old first officer. He had a total time of 6,500 hours, but he was actually the most experienced on the type, with 4,500 hours flown on it. He had flown very little during the previous 3 months before the flight, because he was also working as a management pilot in Air France. Prior to operating the flight, the pilots met up and reviewed the planning documentation, including weather, flight plans and note dumps. The weather was fine for the departure and in Paris, but the en route weather looked a bit more complicated. Since the flight would be crossing the equator, it would also be crossing an area over the Atlantic known as the Intertropical Convergence Zone, or the ITCZ. In this zone, the easterly trade winds from the northern and southern hemisphere will converge and can force the humid air from the surface of the sea upwards. This can cause powerful thunderstorms that can reach as high as 60,000 feet, which is much higher than most aircraft can fly. This also means that the aircraft who have to fly through this zone might be subject to flying between and sometimes even through part of these storm clouds. The storms who are formed over water in the ITCZ can sometimes contain smaller water content than the storms that form over land, making them harder to see on the aircraft's weather radar, so pilots need to be very careful when navigating around them, since they could still be quite severe. The pilots likely discussed this risk of encountering these type of storms and carried a bit of extra fuel to give them the option of navigate around these storms if needed. The pilots also briefed their 9 cabin crew about the possibility of turbulence and the effect that might have on their service. Before we leave the discussion of the Intertropical Convergence Zone, we need to talk a little bit about the types of precipitation that can be found inside of these types of thunderstorms. Most people are familiar with the heavy rain and sometimes hail that typically come out of these clouds, but as you look higher up through the clouds, things can become a bit more complicated. Because of the very strong currents inside of the cloud, water droplets can be forced upwards into very cold air and become supercooled. This means that they are still in water form, but as soon as they hit the surface of some sort, they will instantly freeze and create clear ice. Sometimes these supercooled droplets can collide with snowflakes, and when that happens, a type of soft ice crystals can be formed, which is not as hard as hail, but big enough to be heard when it hits the aircraft if you fly through it. This type of precipitation doesn't create the type of heavy airframe icing that supercold rain does, but it has significant volume and can quickly clog up and overwhelm sensors and probes on the aircraft, especially the pitot probes, which I will explain later. More than 9 different occurrences of this type of clogging happening to Air France flights had been reported during 2008 and 2009, and these reports, together with how to recognize and deal with the issues, had been published in safety bulletins circulated to all Air France pilots during the year before the accident flight. The aircraft that the pilots were going to operate was a reasonably new Airbus A330-900. It had been delivered to Air France in 2005 and was in almost perfect working order on the evening of the departure. Prior to arriving to the aircraft, the pilots ordered 70.4 tons of fuel to be loaded, and together with their cabin crew they walked out to the aircraft and started preparing it for departure. Now, it will be impossible to explain what happened on this flight without also explaining a few details about this Airbus, but also a little bit about flying in general. Pilots need a way to accurately measure the amount of air that is flowing over the wings, because that's what really determines the performance of the aircraft. To do this, they utilize a type of probe known as a pitot tube or a pitot probe. These probes are often situated along the front of the aircraft below the cockpit, and they look a little bit like gun barrels, and they have a hole in the front where the air enters and the total pressure is then measured inside of the tube. They are electrically heated, and the heating is automatic on the Airbus A330. But in order to accurately measure the airspeed, the static pressure must also be measured, so it can be deducted from the total pressure from the pitot probes. This static pressure is measured from a different device called a static port, and that static pressure is then used both for calculating the airspeed and, crucially, also the altitude of the aircraft. These different pressures are then sent to the aircraft computers called Air Data Modules, or ADMs. The ADM...
Alright, Cubesy, when you get back.
will calculate the correct true airspeed, but another thing that will become...
Good luck with landing as well. Hopefully you don't slam the Phoenix into the ground, like it has a horrible tendency to do.
Hugely important in this story is that the static pressure from the static port must be corrected depending on how fast the aircraft is flying. That's because the air flows over the aircraft surfaces surrounding the static port and will therefore create localized pressure differences depending on the speed. These corrections are done automatically by the ADM computers, and because airspeed and altitude are critical values, there are 3 different independent sets of probes and computers fitted to the aircraft.
If you had 2 cars or more
oh my
on finance
goodness,
between 2015 and 2021.
Now, because of the problems that Air France and other operators had reported of ice crystals clogging up the pitot probes, Airbus had started to look into the problem. A newer type of pitot probe had been found to be more effective in preventing these problems, and a maintenance bulletin had been issued suggesting an upgrade to these newer probes. Air France had just started upgrading their first Airbus A330 about 1 month prior to the departure of Flight 447, and the accident aircraft was actually scheduled to have its probes changed on its arrival to Paris after the flight. But why was the change of these pitot probes just a suggested action? Why wasn't it mandatory? Well, that's because the temporary loss of airspeed due to this issue was both very rare, it only lasted for a maximum of a couple of minutes, and there was a defined procedure which the pilots were supposed to follow in case it happened. In Air France, this procedure was known as IS de tous, but I will refer to it in this story as unreliable airspeed. Because this problem had been reported several times, it had been included in the recurrent training scenario for all Air France crews during 2008 and 2009. The training had included airspeed unreliable exercises, but only at low altitude. That's because that was seen as more safety critical because of the closeness to the terrain, but the performance of the aircraft was also much better than it would be at high altitude. Airspeed unreliable can be very tricky to diagnose because the failure will look different depending on what caused it and how severe it is. During the exercises that Air France crews had practiced, the autopilot did not disconnect and there were no warnings sounding in the cockpit when the failure occurred. Now, the airspeed unreliable procedure included the use of memory items, meaning safety critical items that needed to be done straight away from memory of the pilots. But using them was optional depending on the situation, and that had been interpreted as only needed if the aircraft was close to the ground. Also important for this story is that none of the pilots of Flight 447 had received any recent training on how to deal with an approach to stall and recovery, especially at high altitude. The latest stall training that they had actually received was done during their type rating on the Airbus A320, which they had all done years earlier. And that initial training that they had done was all done at low altitude, in which heavy emphasis was put on the use of thrust to recover the aircraft and power it out of the stall, achieving it with minimum altitude loss. Decreasing the pitch was a secondary action to take. Now, this idea that the engines will have enough power to pull an aircraft out of an extreme high angle of attack is also going to become very important. Once the 216 passengers had finished boarding and the crew were ready, the pilots asked for pushback and started moving away from their gate at time 22:09 UTC, only 9 minutes behind schedule. The first officer was pilot flying and all 3 pilots were present in the cockpit as they were taxiing out. At time 22:29, the aircraft started rolling down the runway in Rio de Janeiro and performed a completely normal takeoff. They climbed away along their clear departure route, which led them up through a northeasterly course following the coastline of Brazil. At some point after passing 20,000 feet climbing, the relief pilot left the cockpit to start his scheduled rest period, which would last about 3 hours. He went back into the crew rest compartment, which consisted of 2 bunk beds just behind the cockpit, and we don't know exactly when he left the cockpit, because the cockpit voice recordings from the cockpit voice recorder doesn't start until just after midnight UTC time. In any case, the 2 remaining pilots received clearance to climb to their initial cruise altitude of flight level 350, 35,000 feet, and once they were establishing cruise, they were talking to controllers from Brasilia FIR, and then later they switched over to Recife control. And it was Recife control who were going to be the last ones to have radar contact with the flight, because in that control area they were largely still flying over land, but once they passed into the next FIR, Atlântico, they would move away from radar coverage and instead be following oceanic traffic separation procedures. Now, flights over oceanic areas requires special training, procedures and aircraft equipment.
Invite them to something they'll...
Since the curvature of the Earth makes VHF radio communication impossible, aircraft are equipped with something called HF radios. These radios use layers in the ionosphere to bounce the signals off from and can therefore reach much further distances. As the aircraft passed an RNAV point called INTOL, the pilots checked in with Atlântico control on one of the 2 HF frequencies that they had been given. The pilots then tried to log into a new system that was being tested at the time in the area called ADS-C. This system would use automatic reports sent by the aircraft itself via satellite to update the position of the aircraft to ATC, thus showing where it was even if they didn't have radar coverage. Another cool thing that this new system could do was that it would immediately send a report if an aircraft deviated from the course or altitude that it had been designed. But unfortunately, due to a formatting error in the flight plan that had been filed, the pilots were unable to log into this new system, and therefore, as soon as the aircraft left conventional radar coverage, it would not be able to be accurately tracked anymore, something that would come to have grave consequences. The Airbus A330 is a fly-by-wire aircraft, and that means that the inputs that the pilots make on their side stick and rudders will be electronically interpreted by a computer and then sent to the hydraulic flight control actuators for execution. This type of controls comes with many benefits. For example, it makes the aircraft substantially lighter, but mainly it allows the aircraft to monitor certain safety parameters and make sure that those parameters aren't exceeded. Parameters like excessive bank and pitch angles are monitored, as well as safeguarding the maximum and minimum speeds, and a whole load of other parameters as well. Now, detractors of the system say that this lets the aircraft have the final word of the pilots, but that's not completely true. Only maneuvers which are really extreme and ultimately dangerous are blocked by the system, but the fly-by-wire system do require that the pilots who operate them really understand how they work and when those protections actually work and don't. This is true for all aircraft, obviously, but it's especially true here. And why is that? Well, in order for these protections to properly work, the computers who monitor them needs to be absolutely sure that they are using correct parameters to start with. If that is not the case, the computers will back off and take away those protections simply because the computers aren't really sure what's going on. These computers receive their inputs from a lot of different sources, like the pitot probes, the static ports, the inertial reference units, angle of attack vanes, and so on. They combine all of this data into 3 air data reference units, who together form the Air Data Inertial Reference System. As long as all 3, or at least 2, of these ADRs agree with each other, the aircraft control computers are happy, and it can continue to operate in what's called normal law. Normal law means that all protections are available and that the aircraft is basically impossible to stall or put into an upset situation. But if 2 or more ADRs start sending strange information, a couple of things will quickly happen. First of all, these inconsistencies might affect the autoflight system, like the autopilot that controls the aircraft, the autothrottle governing the engines, and the flight directors who are showing the pilots how to fly. That's quite logical if you think about it. The aircraft will not try to navigate or control the aircraft if it's not sure about what's going on. It will leave that up to the pilots to figure it out. And following up on that same logic, the aircraft control computers will degrade from normal law into either alternate law 1 or alternate law 2, depending on the severity of the issues. The difference between normal law and alternate law 2, which will soon become relevant in this flight, is that the protections that the aircraft normally have regarding maximum angle of attack or stall protection will no longer be available. This will be shown by the removal of warning indicators like the barber's pole on the primary flight display, as well as yellow crosses where the limitations would normally be shown. The other difference is that the roll control of the aircraft changes. In normal law and alternate law 1, the roll inputs on the side stick will command a specific roll rate from the aircraft. If the pilot inputs a specific roll rate to be kept, the aircraft will give that and gust disturbances will be compensated for. It will basically be very stable and easy to handle. But in alternate law 2, the side stick will give direct...
Alternate law 2 is known as direct law, which he doesn't point out, but yeah, this is direct law.
Direct commands to the ailerons and spoilers rather than commanding a specific roll rate. This means no bank protections or stability control. This will also make the aircraft more roll sensitive, especially at higher altitudes where there's less aerodynamic damping due to the thinner air. Another major difference between a conventional aircraft and an Airbus fly-by-wire aircraft is the pitch trim system. If you're flying manually in a conventional aircraft, the yoke controls the flight controls directly, and the trim has to be done deliberately by the pilots. In an Airbus, the side stick input will ask the control computers for a specific roll rate horizontally and a pitch or a G loading vertically. When the pilot sets a specific pitch, the elevators will initiate the pitch and the massive horizontal stabilizer will then move automatically to continue maintaining that pitch without any pilot input. This also means that there is no big tactile feedback from the stick if the aircraft is entering into a strange trim position due to low speed, for example, which would be the case on another aircraft like the 737, for example, that I'm flying. In normal law, that's not an issue because the aircraft also guards the aircraft from getting close to an angle of attack high enough to stall it, but that's not the case in alternate law. Now, these differences are really important for any pilots to know about, but even more crucially, they need to understand them, and they need to be able to retrieve this knowledge when things are starting to go wrong. Now, before we get into the actual accident sequence of this video, I just want to share this short message from my sponsor who makes it possible for me to create these videos. This is really quite cool. Are you looking for ways to save a little money on your next holiday? And you don't really As Flight 447 now proceeded along their route, they received right now, if you go to nordvpn.com/pilot, you get an awesome exclusive deal. And you don't really have anything to lose because Nord always gives you a full 30-day money-back guarantee. Thank you, NordVPN. Now back to the video. As Flight 447 now proceeded along their route, they received a message from their company advising them about reported thunderstorm activity further ahead. The first officer changed the scale on his navigation display and started talking about some build-ups that he could see ahead of them. The pilots then started discussing ways to possibly avoid the turbulence that these clouds would bring, and the first officer indicated that he was quite worried about the storm clouds that he could see now getting closer. At time 01:46, the first officer dimmed the cockpit lights in order to see better outside and confirmed that the aircraft was now entering into a cloud layer. It was pitch black outside with the moon situated behind them, and light turbulence now started rocking the aircraft. The crew discussed if it would be possible to climb higher, as it looked like they were just skimming the tops of the clouds at flight level 350. But when the first officer checked the maximum altitude they could climb to, it was indicated as flight level 370, and they both decided that it wouldn't be a good idea to sit at maximum altitude if the turbulence would get worse. Now, this is probably a good opportunity to discuss another thing that will become important very soon. As an aircraft climbs higher, the air will become thinner and thinner outside. And because of that, depending on the weight of the aircraft as well as the outside temperature and some other factors, the aircraft will be limited from continuing to climb as the engines just won't be able to produce enough excess thrust to do it. This also means that the engines do not have much excess thrust to deal with any non-normals up there, and because of that, we pilots need to be very careful and quite conservative with how the aircraft is operated. The only way that an aircraft can climb higher than its indicated max altitude would be to exchange kinetic energy, their speed, for potential energy, altitude. But doing so would dramatically increase the angle of attack. At higher altitudes, the critical angle of attack, meaning the angle where the aircraft will stall if it's exceeded, is also less due to aerodynamic effects from flying closer to the speed of sound. So in short, the aircraft will stall earlier and will have less available thrust at higher altitudes. It will also be more sensitive and harder to hand fly due to less air providing aerodynamic damping. After the aircraft had entered into the clouds, the captain started commenting on the appearance of St. Elmo's fire. This is a sure sign of a building electrical charge close to an aircraft, a further indication that they were getting close to storm clouds. Around this time, the captain pressed a button on the overhead panel, which activated the call bell in the crew bunk behind the cockpit. This was the sign to the relief pilots that it was time for him to return to the cockpit and take over for the captain, so the captain could go back to the bunk and get some rest. The relief pilot knocked on the cockpit wall in response to show that he had heard the bell. Now, the Air France standard operating procedures at the time stipulated that the first officer in the right seat, who was pilot flying, would take on the role of piloting command when the captain left for rest, unless something else had been agreed. And in this case, this was exactly what happened. And when the relief pilot arrived to the cockpit at time 01:59, the captain left his chair and listened in to the briefing that the first officer gave to the relief pilot. This briefing included the anticipated turbulence, that they were currently flying in cloud, and that they couldn't climb any higher at the moment. The captain didn't leave any specific instructions about how the two first officers should deal with the thunderstorms ahead. Instead, he left the cockpit to start his rest. Now, we can only speculate to why he didn't give more clear instructions. Like I mentioned before, all three pilots were used to this type of weather and had flown this route many times, so it is likely that he found the two first officers more than capable of dealing with it. When the captain left, the Air France procedures meant that the much more senior relief pilot now took on the role of pilot monitoring in the left seat, and the first officer continued as pilot flying and effectively piloting command. The two pilots now started discussing the weather situation up ahead, and the first officer mentioned the intertropical convergence zone. But at this stage, there was no discussion about trying to avoid the cells by changing course. Instead, the first officer asked the relief pilot if he had been able to sleep anything, and the relief pilot said that he'd just dozed off a bit. The relief pilot then asked the first officer if he felt okay. This discussion could be interpreted as the two pilots possibly feeling a bit fatigued at this point. The captain had also made some similar remarks earlier. The relief pilot also left his pilot chair in the aft position and didn't move it forward into the piloting position when he sat down. That would likely have given him a more relaxed position where he could put his feet up, but it wouldn't be ideal if he suddenly needed to fly the aircraft, which he soon would need to do. At time 02:06 and 5 seconds, the first officer contacted the cabin crew to advise them that they would likely encounter some light turbulence soon and to tell them to be careful. It was now around 4 minutes since the captain had left the cockpit, and in another 4 minutes the emergency sequence would begin. The relief pilot now started looking closer at his navigation display, and he reached down and changed the gain on his weather radar to max. This made the weather radar more sensitive and highlighted the weather ahead of them. He then asked the first officer if he maybe wanted to go a bit to the left, indicating some discomfort with what he was seeing in front of them. The first officer asked what he meant, and he then pointed out the return on the screen in front of them and asked again if they could turn left. The first officer agreed and turned the heading bug about 12 degrees to the left. This was a quite small correction given the amount of weather they had in front of them, but it meant that they now left their flight plan route and they didn't try to radio in this change to air traffic control. At time 02:08 and 17 seconds, the cockpit voice recorder picked up a change in the background noise in the cockpit. This noise sounded like rain hitting the cockpit. At the same time, the first officer noticed that the temperature was going up and he asked if the relief pilot had done something with the air conditioning. He then asked, "What's that smell?" The relief pilot recognized the smell as ozone and calmed his colleague down by explaining what ozone was. These comments, as well as the precipitation heard outside the aircraft, were all signs of the type of weather phenomenon the aircraft was now flying into. The change in temperature and humidity felt in the cockpit was likely another sign of huge amounts of water or ice being suddenly sucked into the engines, partially overwhelming the air conditioning system. 20 seconds later, the background noise intensified and changed into a sound of ice crystals now hitting the cockpit. The turbulence intensified and the first officer reduced the commanded speed from Mach 0.82 to 0.8, which was the turbulence penetration speed. This caused the autothrottle to reduce the thrust back to 84% N1. Up until this point, the aircraft had been performing flawlessly and the two pilots were relaxed and just monitoring the autopilot doing its job. We don't know for sure what caused it, but it is very likely that the ice crystals, who were now pelting the aircraft outside, started to overwhelm the heating elements of the pitot probes who were providing crucial information to the three air data modules. At time 02:10 and 5 seconds, the autopilot and autothrottle suddenly disconnected with the associated cavalry charge warning in the cockpit. At the same moment, a heavy gust of wind caused the aircraft to start banking sharply to the right. The first officer called out, "I have controls," and reached for his side stick. Now, this sudden onset of warnings and aircraft behavior would have likely caused a severe startle to both pilots, and the confusion would have set in almost immediately. But at this point, the aircraft was still flying reasonably level, with only this right bank developing. As the aircraft continued banking right, the indicated airspeed on the captain's primary flight display, as well as on the standby indicator, suddenly dropped from 275 knots to 60 knots, a clearly erroneous indication. We don't know for sure what the first officer's instruments showed, as they weren't recorded on the flight data recorder, but they likely also fell with a similar amount. Remember what I told you about how the altimeter system compensated the pressure for higher Mach numbers? Well, because the speed was now indicated as much lower, the altimeter system recalculated its altitude and suddenly showed a drop of 300 feet, as well as a negative vertical speed. The first officer, who had been suddenly thrown into hand flying the aircraft, now reacted instinctively by giving left aileron and pitching up to correct its altitude. This was the start of the sequence of events that would ultimately doom this flight. Since all three ADRs were now showing unreliable data, the aircraft reverted into alternate law, which meant that the angle of attack protections were lost, as well as the overspeed and bank protections. Now, like I mentioned before, the roll control now also became about twice as sensitive, meaning that the first officer had to really concentrate in order to get the aircraft to stop banking and return to level flight. He started overcorrecting, and the movements he made with the side stick started causing more oscillations, going from right to left and then back again. It is very possible that most of the first officer's attention went to this part of the handling at this point, but remember, he had also started pitching up. That pitch was now increasing, leading into a very high rate of climb. Almost instantaneously, as the autopilot disconnected and all of the different warnings started, a brief stall warning could also be heard in the cockpit. When the warning sounded, the relief pilot called out, "What is that?" Likely because of the quick nature of the warning, but it could also potentially indicate a confusion about its meaning. The flight directors were not disconnected by the crew, as the procedure for airspeed unreliable instructed them to do, but the command bars disappeared anyway due to lack of reliable data. 11 seconds into the sequence, the pitch of the aircraft had reached 11 degrees nose up, and the first officer was making max left and right side stick inputs, still overcorrecting. He also now called, we haven't got display, likely referring to the lack of speed info. The relief pilot, who was supposed to handle the ECAM warnings and the non-normal checklist, called out, "We've lost the speeds and alternate low protection low." He then continued to read out the ECAM messages, but in a manner that was hard to understand and very rushed. Here, it would have been absolutely crucial to clearly point out that the aircraft was in alternate law, meaning that it would handle differently and that certain protections were lost. He mentioned that the auto thrust was lost, and the first officer responded by asking, engine lever? Showing some confusion about what the relief pilot was saying. Since the auto throttle had disconnected when the failure occurred, the thrust had gone into a mode called engine thrust locked, which basically meant that it was keeping its previously selected value of 84%. ECAM instructed the crew to move the thrust lever manually to resume thrust control, but instead the first officer pushed the auto throttle disconnect button and left the thrust lever where it was, which was in the climb detent. And because of that, the thrust now started to increase into climb thrust. All of what I've said so far happened in the first 18 seconds of this emergency. There were 10 different ECAM messages showing up, each of them causing a chime in the cockpit. On top of this, the master warning and the master caution light was illuminated in front of the pilots, as well as a constant C-chord chime, indicating that the aircraft had left its cleared altitude. This would have been a very confusing and stressful environment for the pilots. And the fact that unreliable airspeed was not indicated on the ECAM, this was something that the pilots needed to figure out themselves. That might have been the reason why they didn't start executing that procedure at that point. At time 02:10 and 26 seconds, the aircraft pitch-up attitude had reached 12 degrees nose up. The aircraft was now climbing with a hair-raised 6,900 feet per minute, more than 7 times higher than the normal rate would be as it passed 36,000 feet. Maintaining a rate this high meant that the aircraft was now rapidly exchanging speed for altitude. Suddenly, the flight director bars reappeared in front of the first officer, but instead of being engaged in the altitude hold mode that they were before, they're now engaged in vertical speed mode, since they activated in the middle of a climb. This meant that the flight directors were now starting to show the pilots the pitch needed to maintain their current 6,000 feet per minute climb. That would definitely not have been helpful in this situation, when the first officer was likely becoming more and more overloaded by noise and workload. And it was precisely because of this that the unreliable airspeed memory items included turning off the flight directors. The relief pilot now looked away from the ECAM display, which he had stopped reading anyway, and reached to switch on the wing anti-ice. And that's when he noticed the high pitch that the aircraft was keeping. He called out, "Watch your speed," possibly referring to the vertical speed, since the speed indication still hadn't returned. The first officer replied, okay, I'm going back down," and started pitching forward, but not nearly enough. This only reduced the climb rate, but the aircraft continued to climb. The relief pilot continued to call out that he needed to stabilize, go back down, and according to all three, you are going up, so go back down, to which the first officer responded, "Okay." The pitch now momentarily reduced to about 10 degrees pitch up, which still gave a climb rate of about 4,000 feet per minute. They now climbed through their calculated max altitude of 37,000 feet, and at time 02:10 and 36 seconds, the flight directors disappeared again, but the airspeed came back on the left side, indicating the correct speed of 223 knots. That meant that up until this point, the aircraft had lost about 50 knots of pressurized airspeed, and the speed was still reducing. The flight directors again flashed up for about a second, disappeared, and then came back again, commanding a climb of about 1,400 feet per minute, which was what the aircraft was doing at that time. At time 02:10 and 47 seconds, the first officer inexplicably now reduced the thrust back to around 85% at 1. And this is likely a sign of his increasing loss of situational awareness and disorientation. The relief pilot pushed the call button to try and get the captain back into the cockpit again. He pressed it several times, asking, "Where is he?" He also reached over and switched the air data selector and the attitude heading selector to first officer on 3. These are switches designed to change the data input for the displays, and they were not items covered in any checklist. He likely switched these in an attempt to try and restore the instrument that he felt were missing for the first officer. 3 seconds later, the stall warning went off in the cockpit and sounded continuously for the next 45 seconds. The fact that this warning was now sounding continuously was not verbalized or even discussed by any of the pilots. Instead, the first officer reacted by pulling back on the controls, decreasing the pitch attitude to 16 degrees nose up, similar to what you would have on takeoff. This pitch up command now also meant that the stabilizer at the back of the aircraft started moving into the max nose up position, making a potential recovery even harder. The aircraft now no longer had enough energy to keep the requested climb rate. Instead, it started to slowly level off, rocking from side to side, which the first officer desperately tried to counteract with the side stick. They were now rapidly closing in on a fully developed stall. Now, a stall happens when the aircraft wing has moved beyond its critical angle of attack, meaning that it effectively stops being able to create lift, and instead the aircraft will start to fall. A stall can happen at any attitude. The only thing that determines when it happens is the angle of attack, and the angle of attack is the angle between the wing chord line and the oncoming airflow. Both pilots had received initial training on how to deal with an approach to stall and recovery during the type ratings years ago, but they would have never experienced the feeling of a fully developed stall in the real aircraft. The fact that the Airbus only has an audio warning, not a visual stall indication in front of the pilots or a stick shaker, might also have played a part in explaining why the warning wasn't reacted to, because one of the first things that disappears when a human is under stress is their hearing. At time 02:10 and 57 seconds, the aircraft reached its stall angle of attack, and violent buffeting started to shake the aircraft. This type of buffeting is of a much higher frequency than turbulence is, and it feels very different. The first officer now added full toga thrust. But at this altitude, above the aircraft's maximum performance altitude, the engines were not able to produce enough thrust to even keep the speed, much less accelerate it. The relief pilot called out, "Above all, try to touch the lateral controls as little as possible," showing some insight into the issues with flying in alternate law. But this fell on deaf ears as the first officer continued to make max left and right inputs. The relief pilot also said, "Is he coming or not?" referring to the captain. The first officer now called out, "I'm in toga," referring to the fact that he had added thrust, which he might have thought would be enough to solve the situation. The aircraft still climbed a few hundred feet more until it reached its maximum reported altitude of 37,924 feet, and then it started falling down towards the sea below. Now you might ask yourselves, why didn't the relief pilot just take controls? He was asking for corrections that didn't happen. Well, we will never know the answer to that, but it likely lies in the fact that this all happened quite fast. It only took about 1 minute to reach this point. Also, the fact that he couldn't see or feel the input his colleague was making on the side stick, since those aren't connected to each other in the Airbus, made it hard to monitor what his colleague was actually doing. At time 02:11 and 7 seconds, the last bit of ice inside of the pitot tubes had been cleared by the heating elements, and both the standby and left airspeed indicator now started working again. The speed indicated was 183 knots, meaning that they had lost around 90 knots of airspeed. The aircraft now entered into an increasingly rapid descent, with the stall warning sounding continuously. The relief pilot called out, "But we've got the engines, what's happening?" And then, "Do you understand what's happening?" But he got no reply. The aircraft started banking over towards the right, which prompted the first officer to give continuous left side stick, but with very little effect. The first officer also continued his pitch up command with his side stick and would be doing that continuously for the next 40 seconds. Now, for all of those out there who cannot believe how it was possible for the first officer to react this way, there are a few things that are worth thinking about. The first is that the human brain does not perform well under stress, and we tend to revert to our training when that happens. And that brings me to my second point, which is how the Airbus functions when it's flown in normal law. You see, the best possible climb performance you can get from the aircraft is achieved through applying continuous back pressure and toga thrust. That's what's used during a wind shear or a terrain escape maneuver, for example, since the aircraft will not allow it to stall. It will only pitch to maintain close to its maximum angle of attack, whilst using max thrust, giving the best possible performance. But that only works in normal law. If you apply that logic, the actions of the overstressed first officer becomes maybe a little bit more understandable. At time 02:11 and 32 seconds, the first officer called out that he didn't have control of the aircraft anymore, no control at all. The relief pilot responded by saying, "Controls to the left," and pressed the takeover button to take controls, but he never verbalized that takeover formally. He then made two brief inputs to the left of his own controls before the first officer took back the controls again and continued with his own inputs, aft and left, none of which was working. At this point, the aircraft descent rate had increased to around 10,000 feet per minute, and the angle of attack was close to 40 degrees, meaning that the aircraft was now more falling than flying. Because it was maintaining such an incredibly high angle of attack, the air was now hitting the aircraft from below at a 40 to 60 degree angle. This would have caused a very strange wind noise in the cockpit, but also crucially, the angle that the air was hitting the pitot tubes and the static ports with was now so extreme that the pressure became almost equal on both. This meant that the speed indication once again disappeared as the computer interpreted those conditions as being completely impossible and unreliable. So the reason that the crew now once again found themselves without valid speed indication had nothing to do with ice from this point on. It was only due to their extreme aircraft situation. Once the speed value dropped below 60 knots, the onboard computers told the stall warning system to disregard the angle of attack vanes outside, because such a speed could only be encountered on the ground. This made the stall warning stop in the cockpit, and as the calculated speed fell below 30 knots, the speed indication was replaced by speed flags on the pilot display. At this point, the first officer also said something that gives a bit of an insight to why he was acting the way he did. He said, "I have the impression that we have the speed." It's unclear what he was basing this feeling on, but it could be just his senses together with the increase in wind noise from outside and possibly the buffeting that he was feeling. In any case, the silencing of the stall warning coincided with the captain returning to the cockpit at time 02:11 and 42 seconds. That was about 1 minute and a half after the autopilot disconnected and less than 1 minute after he was called back. He was faced with a completely unrealistic scene. There was no stall warning at this point for the reason that I just explained, but the aircraft was descending with an incredible vertical speed, and they were just passing 35,000 feet, the same altitude they had maintained when he left the cockpit. The pitch attitude was varying between 15 degrees nose up and 9 degrees nose down, and he could see 10 different ECAM warnings, master warning lights, together with severe buffeting, which was shaking the aircraft. The captain asked, "What are you doing?" To which the relief pilot desperately answered, "What's happening? Well, I don't know what's happening." The first officer also chimed in, "We're losing control of the aircraft here," and the relief pilot added, "We've lost all control of the airplane. We don't understand anything. We've tried everything." The first officer now reduced the engines to idle, and given their position below the wings, this and some actual pitch down commands finally caused the aircraft to pitch down to about 11 degrees below the horizon. The first officer said, "I have a problem. It's that I don't have vertical speed. I have no more displays." And the relief pilot said, "We have no valid indications." The vertical speed indication might have been indicating full down at this point, or it could indeed be missing as the computer rendered any value above 20,000 feet per minute as invalid. But the fact that they were now finally pitching down caused the speed to start increasing and the angle of attack to decrease slightly. But in a cruel twist of fate, because the speed now started increasing, the stall warning system again noticed that it had valid indications and started sounding, giving the perverse effect of indicating stall when the nose was pitching down, but disappearing again when it was pitched back up. This must have been extremely confusing for the pilots, but fully in line with the aircraft system design at the time, because no aircraft was ever thought to even get close to that kind of situation that they now found themselves in. The first officer now said, "I have the impression that we have some crazy speed. What do you think?" He then reached over and deployed the speed brake, but was immediately told to stow it again by his colleagues. Now, this further indicates that the first officer indeed thought that the aircraft was in an overspeed and not in the fully developed stall that they actually were. As the pilots were now trying to troubleshoot, the aircraft was descending with between 10 to 15,000 feet per minute, with the nose oscillating between 8 degrees nose down and 15 degrees nose up. Each time it pitched down, the stall warning would activate, and when it pitched up again, it would silence. The bank angle varied between 20 and 40 degrees to the right, and it's likely that it was mostly the yaw damper, which was controlling the rudder, who kept the aircraft from going into a spin. At time 02:12 and 10 seconds, the thrust was again moved into the climb detent, and 20 seconds later, the aircraft stopped banking to the right and instead started oscillating left and right, which the first officer continued to try and correct with his side stick. The relief pilot asked the captain, "What do you think? What do we need to do?" But the captain, who had not been informed about the nature of the initial failure, nor about the rapid climb in the beginning of the emergency, was completely perplexed. He just answered, "There, I don't know, there it's going down," clearly just trying to orient himself of what he was seeing on the different instruments. In the following seconds, there are a lot of confused call-outs from all three pilots. The first officer, who was still in control, was asking things like, "Am I going down now?" To which the relief pilot responded, "Go down," and the captain, "No, you're climbing there," most likely referring to his pitch attitude, not to what the aircraft was actually doing. At some point here, the first officer actually positions the side stick fully forward for a few seconds. This causes a pitch down and the speed to start increasing, and with that, the stall warning came back and the first officer confirms the engines to be in toga. This is again an indication of this being his go-to response for the stall warning. He then asked, "What do we have on Alti?" referring to the altimeter reading, which was about 20,000 feet at this point. This is a bit strange, since he should be seeing his altitude in front of him, but unfortunately we cannot be sure if the first officer had any valid instruments at all in front of him, since the flight data recorder didn't capture it. Later examinations of the different failure modes in the computers seems to indicate that he did have it. The captain muttered, "It's impossible," showing that he still couldn't figure out what was going on. During the following seconds, the pilots kept discussing the attitude of the aircraft and how to get the wings horizontal. The confusion is obvious and excruciating to listen to. The first officer explained that he is at the limit with the roll controls, and the captain then suggested that he could use a bit of left rudder to try to stop the right bank. This actually seemed to help momentarily as the aircraft rolled over slightly to the left, but soon continued banking right again. The aircraft descended through 10,000 feet, and the first officer called out, we're there, we're passing level 100. At this point, there was likely very little the pilots could have done to save this aircraft. But the relief pilot now called out, "Wait, me, I have controls," and then started making left inputs, but the first officer never let go of his control, so the warning dual input was now heard multiple times for the coming seconds. The first officer called out, how come we're continuing to go down? And as he was saying this, the relief pilot instructed the captain to try and reset the flight control computers, which he did, but the captain also said that it wouldn't make any difference. The relief pilot then started calling out, "Climb, climb, climb," to which the first officer responded, "But I've been at max nose up for a while." That last remark likely finally made the captain understand what was going on, and he called out, "No,
Hello, Cube, welcome back.
The relief pilot said, "So go down," and pushed his side stick forward, but the first officer was still holding his side stick backwards, causing a new dual input warning. And since the two inputs were now averaged, nothing happened. The relief pilot called out, "So give me the controls, controls to me, controls to me." First officer responded, "Go ahead, you have the controls, we're still in toga." The nose was now lowered 7 degrees below the horizon, and the speed indication came back together with another stall warning. 7 seconds later, despite having given the controls to the relief pilot, the first officer again started pulling back on the controls, causing another dual input alert. The thrust levels was also momentarily pulled back to idle and then moved forward again, likely to try and achieve any type of change to the situation. The captain called out from the jump seat, "Watch out, you're pitching up there." But it now seems like the relief pilot had changed his mind about the strategy, because he called out, "I'm pitching up, I'm pitching up." And when the captain continued to warn about doing that, he responded, Well, we need to do it. We're at 4,000 feet. The next thing that could be heard on the cockpit voice recorder was the GPWS system calling out,
Sink rate. Pull up.
as the aircraft fell through 2,500 feet. This caused the captain to also change his mind, and he called out, "Go on, pull!" As the first officer chimed in, "Let's go, pull up, pull up, pull up!" Both pilots now pulled maximum back on their side stick, causing the nose to pitch up 16 degrees above the horizon. The speed at this point was 107 knots forward, but an equal heart-wrenching 107 knots downwards. At times 02, 14 and 22 seconds, the first officer again pushed his takeover button and kept it pressed. This knocked out the control from the relief pilot. The synthetic cockpit voice recorder called out, "Priority right." The first officer now pulled in panic back and called out, "Damn, we're going to crash," followed by, "This can't be true," and "What's happening?" The captain barked out an order, 10 degrees pitch up, while the stall and GPWS warnings were blaring in the background. The relief pilot now tried for the last time to pitch forward, but since the first officer was holding the takeover button, his inputs had no effect. Even if they would have, this was far too late to do anything about the situation. At time 02, 14 and 28 seconds, the Airbus 330 crashed into the Atlantic Ocean at a 45-degree angle and a vertical speed of 10,900 feet per minute. The forces exerted on the airframe was equivalent to someone being dropped from the 46th floor of a building straight into the ground. It immediately shattered the aircraft into thousands of pieces, and all 228 people on board were immediately lost.
Now it's even easier to sell for
Oh
free
my
on eBay.
God.
I was thinking,
Why is
maybe
there
I should
another
sell that
advert?
juicer we've used
Completely unaware of the horrific fate of the aircraft, the four control centers that were planned to be in contact with the flight soon started contacting each other to verify if anyone had heard anything from the aircraft. It soon became clear that there had been no sign from the flight since time 0135, and the crew hadn't checked in at the various position checkpoints that they should have. Since the problem with HF radio contact was not uncommon in this part of the Atlantic Ocean, no one took any particular notice of this for the first few hours. There continued to be several calls made between the different ATC centers verifying
it's
if
a very
anything had occurred.
sad
And
story.
Other aircraft flying on the same route were asked to try and contact the flight, but with no success. The same went for trying to contact them via SATCOM, which is a type of satellite telephone, as well as ACARS messages sent from Air France. 3 hours after the accident, the flight was first registered as missing, and a further 3 hours later, the first emergency message was sent out by Madrid in Spain, and as well as from Senegalese ATC control centers. This triggered the first search and rescue planes to be sent out towards the last known location of the aircraft. On the 2nd of June 2009, as well as from Senegalese ATC control centers. This triggered the first search and rescue planes.
You know where that piece of footage is from, don't you? That's from the Falklands. That footage right there is from the Falklands. Anyway, bit of a side note, let's get back to it.
The last known location of the aircraft. On the 2nd of June 2009, 2 days after the accident, the first floating debris was spotted on the ocean surface, and 3 days later, the first debris and victims were recovered from the sea. This was the beginning of a 2-year-long search and rescue effort that included charting the entire underwater terrain in the area where the aircraft was thought to have gone down. The search was divided into several campaigns, with the last one starting in March of 2011. And on the 2nd of April that year,
that was...
the wreckage was finally located.
Yeah, so Mentor must have just found a random piece of footage from the Falklands that was taken, but that is from the Falklands. I recognise that boat and the...
thousands of pieces could be recovered,
anyway,
including both the cockpit voice recorder and the flight data recorder, which were miraculously in good condition. The fact that both recorders were found was what finally led to the final report and the details that I've just told you. So, what conclusions did the final report bring? Why did this horrible accident actually happen? Well, the fact was that no component on the aircraft actually failed. but the pitot tubes and their heating elements were temporarily overwhelmed by external factors that were likely outside of what they had been certified for. This then led to a loss of reliable airspeed, and that in turn caused a cascade of temporary system degradations, warnings and autopilot disconnections that caused a severe startle to the operating crew. The crew was expected to apply the procedure for unreliable airspeed, but never did so. Instead, the initial pitch-up reaction by the pilot flying led to a continuously worsening energy situation, which was discovered late by the pilot monitoring. The subsequent corrections were too small, leading to the aircraft exiting the flight performance envelope and entering into a sustained stall. This fact was not understood by the pilot, most likely because of lack of training, but possibly also because they might have thought that the warning was erroneous since it didn't match their mental model of what was going on. In any case, this stall conditions was never discussed or verbalized by the pilots during the whole sequence. The lack of identification of that stall meant that the crew never initiated any countermeasures against it. This accident sent shockwaves through the aviation industry and led to several safety recommendations, including the formation of a formal upset prevention and recovery technique training module for all pilots out there. That included the effects of high altitude flying and stall recoveries. It also led to new memory items for flight with unreliable airspeed, which are now focused on disconnecting automatics and setting correct pitch and power immediately to keep the aircraft flying safe before starting any troubleshooting. The investigation also recommended the insertion of a camera in the cockpit to show all instruments indications, as well as several other recommendations around the pitot probes, black boxes, the Airbus stall warning system, as well as search and rescue improvements. Several other recommendations were also made, but the most important lessons that we pilots need to take away from this accident are that we really need to understand the aircraft that we're flying. That means understanding all of the systems, what happens if those systems are degraded, and also how the aircraft might react differently when flying at high altitude versus at low altitude. And lastly, never forget to continue to fly the aircraft. If a startle happens, remember that pitch and power will keep you safe. Keep the aircraft flying, and only after that try to figure out what has actually happened. As long as the aircraft is flying, there will be plenty of time to troubleshoot. As always, this story was based on the accident final report, but due to its complexity and the many human factors involved, I've also used several other sources, and I want to especially mention Understanding Air France 447 by Bill Palmer, which was instrumental in broadening my systems understanding of the Airbus 330. I highly recommend it. Now, check out this video next or binge on this playlist.
Perfect, right. Well, thank you to Mentor for that. That has been fantastic to watch on our flight today. Very sad story though, it does have to be said, and incredibly unfortunate as well. Now, talking about such a thing, we just ended up in quite an unsafe situation, because when I changed the altitude we went up to 48,000 rather than 38,000 feet, so yes, not great. However, there we go, we can now descend back down. Another really important takeaway from that story that wasn't actually mentioned is the whole "you have control, I have control." That's one of the first things you learn. I've certainly learned it when I did my glider training. If someone says "I have control," you say "you have control," and then whatever you do not touch the controls. And if they had followed that properly, then chances are it could have been fixed. Yeah, yes, Cube, we ended up 10,000 feet too high, but oh well. What's our local time? 0421 hours. How is it? Oh no, there we go, 521 hours. Yeah. Yeah, but then as he said, if panic sets in, the first thing to do is stay calm. That is the first thing that you should do. So it should be a... I think it should be a fairly nice landing, this. We should be... in dawn, I reckon, although we can see if we turn off these lights yeah, so look, the sun's just coming up, so we should be, yeah, that would be realistic to land in the morning. 653 miles to go. Thrust idle open descent. We are past the Canaries now as well. Right, so we're back down at 38,000 now, which is good. It won't be daytime, it will hopefully be as the sun's coming up. We should get some nice lighting as we land. I do like this flight deck though, there's something about it. Except that light rather ruins it. This one. Is there a way to turn that off? No. There's not. I didn't think. Oh, that's for testing purposes. Dome control. Yeah, I don't think we can turn it off. Okay, cube. Control off. Yeah, that's all fine. Oh, that should be off though. Perfect. We've got 17.7 tons, so plenty of fuel on board. Can I? Oh. No, that's the floodlight. So that's fine. Integral light. What's this? No. Floodlight. Ah, that's the one. Perfect. Yeah, I like that. I like that a lot. Right, we'll turn them on for now. Actually, let's have a... how many people are watching? One. Alright, Cube, should we have the lights off or on? off. Okay, let's turn them off. There we go. Right, we'll have... There we go. What about that then? Aha, never mind the dome lights. Okay, hold on, let's do that. There we go. Now, arrival briefing. Let's get that out of the way then. So, weather in Cape Verde. Let's have a checkup on that. Golf Victor Alpha Charlie. What time are you streaming today, Cube? I'm going to fly along with you, so that will be good. Right, weather 020 degrees, 20 knots, so we've got some wind. Scattered at 1300 feet, QNH 1012, so that all looks good. Aircraft is a fully functioning Airbus A330-900. No TAMs, nothing that we have to be aware of in the sim. Threats to be aware of. Not too much, actually. Cape Verde is a pretty straightforward airport. Fair enough, Cube. Yeah, so... Yeah, Cape Verde is a pretty straightforward airport. 3,000 meters runway, so... got plenty of room. It's also a fairly small airport, nothing that should complicate matters on the side of taxiing, and traffic avoidance shouldn't be any issue. We are about 5 hours ahead of any other traffic that is arriving today. So that's all fine. How we're going to fly the aircraft? Well, first of all, we need a landing performance calculation to do that. So 01. Just checking through all of this. This all looks good. Config 3. Air conditioning on, low off, and compute. Beautiful. So 189.3. Just double checking that. 189.3. That looks fine. Yeah. Okay, so VAP, and we've got quite a significant margin, so that's what we'll go with. Low auto brake, get the spoilers armed, and yeah, that looks good. So, how we're going to fly the aircraft? Well, it is going to be the Gossob 1 Foxtrot, so charts, stars 01 from the north. No, stars from the north, probably this one. Gagas, Goosob. We want... Oh, where is it? There we go. So, get the charts up then. Goosob 1 Foxtrot, and that's coming in via Nemdo, so we will just add that arrival. Bang, via Nembo. Oh, can we do that? Should be able to do that. What's going on here? Anyway, we can clear out the discontinuity according to the chart. So we're going to fly into Gosob, then it's going to be fairly straightforward actually, all the way down to Kivro, and then vector ourselves around onto the ILS. So if we have a look at this, we can do that, and then we can do GVAC01. And then we'll put that in there. Airport, 168 degrees. And it's a platform. No, 189, sorry. Platform altitude then is going to be 6,000 feet. 2,000 feet, so a radius of 6 miles. Perfect. Arrival briefing complete. And we will have a look at energy management as well. We're at 38,000 feet, so what would that be? So 40, 80, 120 minus 6 is 114. So 124 miles we will need. $557 miles. Oh, 592 in here. We are going so slowly though. We've got... Yeah, we just are. We're still a while away though from Cape Verde. So that would mean that we have time for a Kahoot, which we can actually play because I can cast my iPad onto the stream. So Kahoot. Kahoot. Why are they 12k in the editor? Perfect, but if I load in, they are back to 8k. Cube, are you sure that Microsoft Flight Sim only supports up to 8k? I'm not convinced they would support 12k, but I might be wrong. Airbus A320, search. Here we go, the Airbus 3 facts about it. Airbus Industries 10 questions. Now, I have never had a go at this quiz, so I don't know how good it will be. However, we must find out, I think. So, if I now go on to charts, and we go here, right, we can run it from our seat in the back. I will log in on my phone and start. Right. So this is on Kahoot.it. Organ Aviator. There we go. Yes, cube, probably. Okay, let's start then. How many buttons? Oh my god. Oh no. Oh, yes, Cube, what's the problem? Oh. There is. Oh, shoot. That's a bit of an issue, isn't that? Oh no. Oh, autopilot off. That's the rudder pedals. Don't worry about it. We will recover. Autopilot. Oh my. Right. Back to normal. AP1 is. When the question showed on your screen, my time went. Yeah. Oh, how annoying. Oh well, maybe we won't be doing that then. Darn it. Okay. Another 400 miles to go, and then we can bring this aircraft down. If it's the, I'll ask to some skid marks from. Alright, Q. Yes. Well, hopefully it'll work then. So we have been flying for 4 hours and 41 minutes, which is crazy. And we have been off the block for almost 4 hours 50. Yeah. Yes, Cube. Well, I certainly won't be making a habit of long-haul flights. This is a bit of a rare occasion. And it's not paying off because there are no viewers. Well, except you, and I do thank you for bearing with me on this stream, but in the grand scheme of things, there are no damned viewers watching. Oh, two are watching. Thank you to the second person as well. Sorry I missed you there. If you would make yourself known in chat, that would be greatly appreciated. I do enjoy having conversations with the viewers. Makes it a lot less boring. Yes. Estimated fuel. We've got 15.4 tons left. We left with 45, so we've burnt 30 tons. We are well past the point of no return. Well, hopefully this will be a satisfying landing anyway. And we are taking this aircraft on across the pond in, when is it? October, I think. So it's a good chance to test it out. Well, I say we're taking this aircraft. There is a small chance we may take the A330 Neo across the pond. And talking of such an aircraft, we're streaming that on Friday this coming week, hopefully. Yes, thanks, Cube, because I definitely want to get a slot on that one. Who knows, we might shared cockpit across the pond, myself and another person. There is a chance that we won't be taking this or the 320 and we'll be taking something completely different, but we'll just see if that works or not. It might not. Cube, I can't really say which other aircraft. Not really. But, yeah. OMG. close that. Oh, 453. Oh, it's just going so slowly. Let's go. There we go. Oh, actually, I'm going to break SOP a bit, because what we'll do, we'll get the wing light on, and we'll have a look at that engine. It's very white, isn't it? Looks very white. It's actually supposed to be grey, that engine. Yeah. Might just be how the light's hitting it. Okay, Cube, well, good luck with that. I feel as though the passengers deserve a PA from the flight deck at this point, so I might make one. Ladies and gentlemen, from the flight deck, once again, this is your captain speaking. We are around about 1.5 hours out from Cape Verde. We'll be starting our descent in the next 40 minutes or so. So if you could start tidying up the cabin and assisting the cabin crew with their duty, that would be greatly appreciated. You may also want to make use of the toilet at this time, as I do intend on putting the seatbelt signs on shortly after we commence our descent. Once on the ground in Cape Verde, you can expect to be greeted with warm air, 24 degrees. It is fairly windy, 20 knots from the north, and a few clouds scattered about at about 1,000 feet, so it might be a bit overcast. Expected arrival time is approximately 0700 UTC, which is 8 in the morning local time, and I'll do my very best to get you there just as soon as possible. Thank you, and a very good morning. Oh, we've actually got traffic coming in. Jesus. What are they? Oh, shoot, they're in the Concorde. They're going to beat us. 1 hour 14, we have... Yeah, they're going to seriously beat us, I think. I'll show you the situation. Right. So, we are here, and we've got 1 hour and 2 minutes to go. They are in Concorde. So, that That's quite interesting. We may see a Concorde in Cape Verde. That's got a certain ring to it, doesn't it? Concorde in Cape Verde. But they're at 60,000 feet. They've got over 1,100 knots of ground speed. So they are a potential threat as far as I'm concerned. Let's have a look at their speed altitude graph. Wow, yeah. Okay. So actually, should we delay ourselves? I might make another PA to the passengers. Ladies and gentlemen, from the flight deck, your captain speaking. I have just received intelligence that a Concorde is heading down to Cape Verde at this moment in time. So I am going to take the decision to slow the aircraft down in order that we actually see the Concorde on the ground here in Cape Verde. So I do hope you understand. It is going to be a probably once-in-a-lifetime experience for you, so please do enjoy that, and at least you now have something to look forward to upon landing. Hopefully you have enjoyed this flight so far, and I do once again thank you for flying with Organ Aviator. Thank you, and a very good morning. Alright, let's slow down a bit. Not too much. Not too much, but just a little bit, because they are currently flying. Yeah. Here we go. 447. Mach 0.78 seems to be a reasonable cruise speed as well for most things. Well, this will be fun if we see the Concorde in Cape Verde. Anyway, I don't think I have ever seen a Concorde before on VATSIM. I have been in a real Concorde before, though, in a museum. And they are considerably smaller than you would expect. Not in terms of actual size, but inside the cabin they are tiny compared to modern airliners. Oh yes, Cube, when did you go in one? The windows are absolutely tiny. Yeah, which museum did you visit one in? Because I'm not sure where the museums are that still have them. Somewhere in the UK, yeah, so the one I went in is up in Bristol. at the Bristol Aerospace Museum. I've slowed the aircraft right down, so we're at 434 knots at the moment. So 40 miles. Now I'm very conscious that I also don't want him overtaking us, so I am going to increase that speed again. Because what will ideally happen is we will land first, followed by him, or them. Him, her, them, whatever. So, if we can time that correctly, that'll be good. Three, 5, 8. So we've got to stay ahead for another sort of 20 minutes-ish. Oh no, he's overtaken us. Oh dear. I'll show you this. This is tense. This is... If you wanted some drama to liven up a long-haul flight, this is literally it right now. Live on stream, we're racing a Concorde to get to Cape Verde. And he's winning. can we increase our speed? That's what I'm wondering, because we've got plenty of fuel, 13 tons, so let's just bump our speed up a little bit. No turbulence around. He's gaining ground on us. No, because then we'll lose airspeed cube. Well, no, we'll gain airspeed, but we'll lose true airspeed as we descend. So that means we'll lose ground speed. And he's got a more direct routing than us, by the looks of it. Let's have a look at his route, actually. Oh, yeah, he's headed down from there. So, where's Rinpo? Darn. So, yeah, he's got a shorter route than us. 49 minutes to go. What about us? Let's see what we can deduce. Anyway, I'm quite happy about this. Certainly gives this stream a bit of a more interesting edge to it. He's gotta be descending soon, though. He has got to be descending soon, I reckon. So 322. Still 200 miles until we can descend. Look, the sun's coming up. We can get the wing light off. And we will... Oh, bit of turbulence coming in as well. We've still got 47, whereas he's got 44, so he's due to arrive 3 minutes before us, as it stands at the moment. However... Oh, I know, Cube. Yeah, I know. We can turn it off if you want. Still 200 miles. Let's update it again. We've been in the air just over 5 hours. Block time 5 hour 14. Or off block time was 5 hours 14 minutes ago. So we are going to be doing a fairly rapid descent is the plan in this concerning situation. In this ever increasingly concerning situation, I should say. Yes, thank you for reminding me though, Q. Yep. .294, we've got 170 miles to go until we can start descending. I'll show you this situation again though. So we are there, Concorde is off to the right. So they are beating us, but not by too much. And they do need to start descending very soon. So hopefully, yeah, so hopefully it will work out fine. It's 10,282, so that's fine. Come on. Into 3, which should work. Yes, it should work. Hopefully better, yes. I would agree with the theory. Whether it will work, I wouldn't like to... I can't make any guarantees, but I do agree with the theory. Lol. Yeah. Alright, let's, oh, it's still 140 miles to go. I am desperate to start this descent. 15 minutes about. We can watch it tick up on there. Oh, finally he started descending, so his speed is now dropping off, which is good. We've got, okay, he's due to arrive 7 minutes before us, so hopefully, if he's stupid, then we can beat him. Well, no, not if he's stupid. If we are not stupid, then we'll beat him. He's down to 964 knots of ground speed. So he's still double our speed. Ooh, lightning. Where did that come from? Weather radar's on. Yeah, let's... Actually, no. There we go. .806. So he is slowing down quite considerably. He's still 400 knots quicker than us, but he's slowing down still. 439. Two, 4, 4. Let's update it. There we go. Right, he's down to a sensible speed of 690 knots, and not really that far ahead of us in the grand scheme of things. So we might get this back, you know. He's just about to descend below us. And he's somewhere out to our left. So he's somewhere in this sort of area. Could that be him? Would seem too high. Ah. No, they're not aircraft, they're just stars. I think this is Cape Verde that we can see, or is that cloud? Can't tell at this stage. $100 miles though until the top of the descent. Right, Cube, let me have a look quickly. Discord, where is it? Turn the brightness up on my phone a bit. Oh yes, very nice. Very nice. This... Yes. Yeah, I do agree. It looks very good. Cube, would you mind just, in fact, no, I'll do it. I'm just going to post in, actually, no, I'm not, because I'm not a member of their Discord anymore. Very good point. However, I'm just gonna ping my server at everyone. We are... Oh shoot, how do I do it? I'm just about to commence our descent prior to what will hopefully be a great London, full stop. Use the chat if you are interested. Exclamation if you are interested. No, Cube, it's fine. No, I was going to see if you would ping, but no, it's fine. I was thinking about putting a message in the LFS server, and then quickly realizing that I may have left it. And I doubt that I will still have the self-promo role, even if I was still in there. .184, so 60 miles. Oh no. Performance, let's get that all then. 1012. Temperature 24. 020. Flap 3, and then what was our minimums? Charts ILS. Minimum is 380 feet. Perfect. Barrow. Clear out that. Clear. Transition is 7,000. Perfect. Alright, he is finally slower than us. So from now on we are gaining ground until we start our descent, and then we'll be losing ground again. Clear out that. We are going another 40 miles, yeah. Or until this says 15, whichever is sooner. Another 40 seconds, and then we'll start heading down. So we're 2,000 feet above profile. And we are almost 3,000 feet above profile 9. Alright, let's hit the chrono button in a moment. Let's reset that, check the distance. Okay, let's wind that altitude down. 11,000 feet open descent. That's all fine. Speed. Alright, get the seatbelt signs on. Let's increase that speed. There we go. 300. We're quite steeply nose down. And 310, and that's our final descent speed, 310. Right, getting into position for landing, and then we'll go 80 miles. Four, three, two, one. Well, yes, Cube. But that's the whole point. If you're passionate about a freeway, you'll make it better than a lot of payways. So, well done, is all I can say. Right, we're on the downwind leg anyway, so it's a long downwind leg, Jesus. cabin crew, thanks so much. 10 minutes landing. Thank you, 10 minutes landing. Constraints on the ethos or on the ND nav display. Now, what on earth is this aircraft doing? I wish I knew what star he was on. That our airport? No, that is not. We will see it soon. Got to see it soon. That might be, you know, actually. That could be our island. Would be about the right distance away, or is it that thing to the left? Oh no, he's doing a teardrop. That's what that person's doing. Pretty sure they're doing a teardrop procedure. Because if I'm not mistaken... Oh, what? Oh shoot, they're going in for 1-9. Look at this. This Concorde is going in for 1-9. I feel. So VOR 1-9. What's that? Yeah. Look, I'm deducing that they are trying to do this procedure. Would that line up? Yeah. Okay. I'm pretty sure that's what they're aiming to do. Shoot, and they're already on the approach. Oh well. We will keep flying our aircraft exactly how we had planned, because at this point, energy management and all that would be completely impossible to get down in time. Yeah, that's a visual approach, because there's no there's no way that is the VOR procedure, though. They're going in visually. Oh well, we'll hopefully see them taxiing in as we roar past. What? They are now going to the right of the airport. Oh no, what's going on here? I'm tempted to call them up in a moment and ask what they're playing at. They've shot past. Bravo November Sierra 728 from Organ 2231. Which runway are you planning to land on, please? Bravo November Sierra 728 Amilcar Cabral traffic. Do you copy me? All stations, Amilcar Cabral, Cape Verde, Sal traffic. Do you copy me? Right, let's reduce our speed, and that should be fine. Amilcar Cabral, Cape Verde, Sal traffic. All stations, do you copy me from Organ 2231? All stations, Amilcar Cabral, Cape Verde, South traffic, Organ 2231, do you read me? Clearly not. Amilcar. He's got to start turning left though in a moment. Amilcar Cabral, Sal, Cape Verde traffic, Organ 2231, do you copy me? "30 miles. He's finally turning, it looks like. Is he? Yeah, there we go. He's turning. Amilcar Cabral, Cape Verde, South traffic, Organ 2231, do you read me? Well, I'm guessing that they don't, which is odd, because my settings are fine. Yeah. That's all fine. You can hear me. Yeah, so that's all fine. It looks to be in the green. Amilcar Cabral, Cape Verde, South traffic, Organ 2231. Do you copy me?
Sorry, affirmative. Go ahead. Aircraft's going to be.
Thank you. Could you please state your landing runway, please? Just, I saw you circling around and I'm not quite sure.
Yes, we're landing 01. We're currently 112 miles DME for Charlie Victor Sierra VR.
Thank you, we're planning 01 as well. Right, we finally got a response there. Let's turn up X-plane. That's all fine. Oh dear. Yeah, cancel. to get down to 2,000 feet. Here we go. Covered in cloud as we expected. Seatbelt sign, landing lights. Since we're single crewed, we can get the nose gear lights on, spoilers armed. And performance, activate approach phase, active anyway. And we will now just, yeah. Full heading. Direct FF01 that direct, pull it, clear. Let's get the spoilers out.
Start traffic is zbliżony, ale jest runway tier 1, minus 728, soft traffic.
And yeah, there we go. Activate the approach phase, active. Actually, no, let's not do that to 30 knots. Speed check. Flaps 1, speeds check, flaps 1. There they come, down they come. Turn away slightly. Oh, are you gonna buy it though? Are you going to buy it? 1012. And we'll go all the way back around 040 degrees. Manage speed in the moment.
Vacated via Delta, taxiing upwards to ramp, minus 728, soft traffic.
Okay, Cube. spoilers. Oh shoot, the iPad's still out there again. Cell traffic organ 2231 intercepting the localizer for ILS approach runway 01. We are approximately at 10 DME south. Oh shoot, localizer, there we go. It just shot straight through the localizer then. Approach mode armed.
$2,500.
Can we get it stabilized by 1,000 feet? That is the question. It's not looking good. Oh no. Gonna have to go around. 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 Oh, can we get it? Can we? No, go around. Go around. South traffic, organ 223, one going round. Oh shoot. And it's all out of my hands now. Oh, let's get it into, oh no. Autopilot off, I have the control. Right. Okay, let's get it stabilized. Oh shit. Gear up. What's happened here? Thrust climb. What on earth are the modes? We've got thrust climb SRS. Nav. Right. I'm gonna make a left turn. And south traffic, organ 2231 making a left turn 208, correction 189 degrees and maintaining 5,000 feet south. Right, so we'll go to 5, pull for open, thrust climb, open climb, flap 1, pull for this, 189 degrees. And we'll do that. Outstar. Well, Cuba had to get the speed off. I had to get the speed off somehow. Right, so activate the approach phase. Activate. So we should be slowing down. There we go. Get it level. Alright, descend to 2,000 feet is the next thing. So thrust idle open, descent. We'll descend now. Taking off, I'll be back in about 5 minutes if I don't. Alright, that's fine, Cube. Alright, let's get it onto a heading of 040. This is bugging a bit, isn't it? Alright, Cube, flat 2 speech, actually, yeah, get the autopilot in, approach mode armed, and direct to FF, get that, done, approach mode armed, right, that's looking much better this time, flap 2, speed check, flap 2.
$2,500.
Right, localize a star and glide slope coming in 3, 2, 1, glide slope, star. Gear down. South traffic organ 2231 is fully established ILS runway 01 at about 5 DME. Lol Cube. That was the long haul yesterday. Can't function anymore. Flap 3, speed check, flap 3. And check the cabin. Landing checklist, decam memo, landing no blue cabin is secured. Alright. And we'll see Concorde. Hold on, we need to get a sight of it. That's Concorde. Although it... Oh, damn it. It's modelled as an A320. How boring. Anyway. Autopilot off. I have control for the final time, hopefully. Stable glide slope localizer and speed. We're slightly low and correcting. The thrust needs to come in, which will help us. Alright, let's get that nose down before the engines spool up too much. Oh, no cube. Okay, see you when you get back after landing. Alright. Come on, keep that attitude in.
500. 400.
100 above.
300.
Minimum.
Continue.
200. 100.
We're a bit low.
50. 40. 30. 20.
Retard. Retard.
10.
5. Retard.
Spoiler, reverse screen, diesel. $80 knots, reverse off, manual brake. South traffic, runway vacated at Delta. Right. Flaps up. Actually, no, we'll wait until we're on the taxiway for that. Right, so keep going forward, and then it's a left turn if we can make it. Can we make it? Let's hope I've not overdone that. I am very good at taxiing this aircraft around. There we go. Look at that. Right, flaps up. Spoilers disarmed. And welcome to flight time of 6 hours and 3 minutes it was about. And well, shoot. Oh no, oh no, how, oh no. Oh, this is bad, this is bad. Oh, I had the glorious idea to do something, and then I've just messed it up. Oh no. Ew. Oh, well, that's a shame, isn't it? However, hold on, let's just do something. We have to have this, so okay, browse, Streaming assets. Where's that gone? Perfect. Open. Loot. Restart. Right. Okay, perfect. Bang. We'll do that again. Okay, everyone. A flight time of 6 hours, 5 minutes. And welcome to Cape Verde. Landing rate. That's a very good question. 240 feet per minute cube, so you weren't too far off. Right, let's make our way to our stand. After landing, then flows, get the lights off, off, and off. Strobes off, that's not correct. Get them back on. Radar and predictive wind shear, get them off. And ATC standby. Perfect. Standby. Right. Well, we eventually managed to just about fix that. And we'll go into the normal stand that I think should be used. Let's try and see you, Cube. It's been great having you here, and it's also been a great flight actually, so I'll see you next time. Get the APU on. There we go. And then we'll get on to stand. So that's this one here. Right turn. This airport's had an update since I was last here in X-Plane. We'll try and get it as close as possible on the dots. There we go. Parking brake set. AP available, and get the engines off. Bang, bang, lights off, off, AP bleed on, below 10%, and one beacon off, and we will get ground services, and yeah, we'll start the replay first of all. So thank you to VATSIM. We'll disconnect now, and then we'll get that replay going. And then after that, I'll do a slightly different ender. Alright, we don't really need to see this part particularly. Did we go off the taxiway? Can't remember. Anyway, get the arrival music off. Oh, it wasn't as bad as I thought. We didn't actually go off the taxiway.
Reach 40.
Alright, we'll have a look from outside then. Chase. Let's just turn the sounds down a little bit. Oh, what happened there? Oh, we bounced. We bounced. We bounced a little bit. How close did we get to the touchdown markers, though? Oh, we weren't too bad. We touched down a little bit short. But overall, not too bad at all, I wouldn't say. Yeah, we slammed it a bit. Oh well, we got down perfectly on the scent line as well, so I will take that as a success. Let's just have a look from outside. Inside, sorry. What's that? I'm not sure. Ah, look at that. Fairly soft. Fairly soft indeed. Alright. So 7:08:23. 7 minutes, okay. Now this is going to be slightly different ending and a slightly longer outro. There is a reason for it. So yeah, let's just enjoy it now. Charts. Thank you so much for watching. I really hope you've enjoyed this long haul. It's been something different for you. But again, I just hope you've enjoyed it. I've certainly enjoyed streaming it. And until the next time, which hopefully will be next Friday, I wish you all the best for this week. And I'll see you then. Good night.